Ok. Du coup, hier, on a fait la première session de Forgotten City. Je vous rappelle, c'est un mode de Skyrim qui, du coup, est devenu un standalone dans lequel on mène l'enquête pour essayer de sauver une ville, puisque dans cette ville, à chaque fois qu'un péché est commis, tout le monde est transformé en statue d'or, ce qui est pas fou, et il y a une boucle temporelle, du coup, parce que quand ça se produit, ben, on revient au début, et enfin, on s'enfuit, on revient, et du coup, ayant appris des choses, on a pu déjà avoir un impact dans la ville. On sait qu'il y a un mec qui veut prendre le pouvoir, et c'est une très mauvaise idée, parce qu'il veut abolir la loi qui dit qu'il faut pas faire de bêtises, sauf que si on fait des bêtises, on sait ce qui se passe. Je vous rappelle que le jeu est dispo sur... hop, attendez, je vous mets le lien justement sur le chat. Sur PC et sur console, et que si vous le prenez sur PC, bah si vous prenez via le lien dans la description avec le code créateur Morrigan, ça m'aide sur Epic. Voilà, on est reparti. On avait trouvé le moyen de sauver les deux jeunes qui voulaient se suicider là. Et c'était plutôt cool parce qu'en fait, en ayant 2000 balles et l'anti-poison, faut regarder l'épisode précédent si vous voulez comprendre, mais et ben on les sauve direct, on envoie tout de suite Galerius et il sauve tout le monde. Et on a besoin de s'en préoccuper. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen de commettre un péché dans le jeu? Tout à fait. C'est tout à fait possible. Je vais tout de suite prendre l'argent. Je suis à combien là? 1157. Donc, je vais juste aller récupérer tout de suite ce qui concerne justement la thune, comme je disais. On va remonter. Mais du coup, on sauve direct les deux jeunes. Puisqu'il y a une nana qui est empoisonnée par de la ciguë. Et un mec qui lui veut tout simplement se suicider. Hein. Tout bien tout honneur. Ah, je suis morte. Non? Ça va faire charger au dernier point de sauvegarde normalement si tu meurs. J'ai voulu aller un peu vite. C'était une mauvaise idée. Par contre, je sais pas si j'ai l'argent. Ah, j'ai pas l'argent. Faut que j'aille chercher l'argent. Terrible. Et là, je suis allée trop loin. Pas comme ça qu'on va gagner du temps. Non, en vrai, là, ça a rechargé, donc tout va bien. Hop, on va descendre un peu plus chill. Hop, ici, on va aller récupérer les sous supplémentaires, comme ça, on sera tranquille. Et on a une dame à interroger qu'on n'a pas interrogée dans cette zone. J'ai interrogé beaucoup d'habitants. Vous le voyez ici, hein, dans mes quêtes, j'ai pas mal de choses. Déjà, il y a des choses qui ont déjà été faites aussi. D'ailleurs. Hop. Comme ceci. C'est une tentative de speedrun. Vitef, hein, en vrai, on gagnait pas trop de temps. Je fais combien là? 1400. Terrible. Là, on peut pas y aller parce qu'il y a eux. On va aller parler à la dame, je pense. C'est elle. C'est la seule à qui j'ai pas parlé, je crois. Du coup, let's go. Attends, elle est en train de raconter sa vie.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Et notre objectif était de faire que justement notre pote Galerius se présente aux élections.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Donc elle, c'est quelqu'un qui est devenu soi-disant folle depuis quelques jours, mais je pense qu'elle
The
a compris quoi.
bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Quel est vice-président.
Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
Et on avait effectivement vu un fil conducteur dans le sens où les gens à chaque fois se noient avant d'arriver ici, à chaque fois ils se réveillent avec une pièce d'argent et à chaque fois il y a une personne qui les
The
accueille.
bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Juste essayer de voir si je peux avoir un peu plus de thunes. Normalement par ici, oui. Là. Parce que l'argent, c'est le cœur du projet. Putain, j'ai que 1500. Hein. Bon, après, on sauvera pas forcément tout le temps les jeunes, c'est pas grave. En soi, c'est pas dramatique. Petit succès. Inattendu, mais pourquoi pas. Ok. Donc ça, c'est fait. Alors, on avait aussi un endroit où les chrétiens viennent prier, alors qu'il n'est pas censé y avoir de chrétiens dans la ville. Hein. Donc ils se cachent. Je vais revenir. Donc on pourrait éventuellement les suivre. C'est une possibilité, c'est plus par là que je dois aller. Ah non. Petit succès succès, exactement. On va redescendre. Tac. On va regarder un petit peu ce qu'on a à faire du coup. Maintenant qu'on a fait un peu le tour. Donc là, lui, il a été sauvé par exemple. C'est un gars qu'on a sauvé, c'est un de ceux qui voulait se suicider.
Shalom, friend.
Il a été sauvé parce que j'ai donné 2000 balles au début.
Scintilla and I were in love. And then
On a Cynthia qui a disparu aussi. Tellement de trucs.
she went missing. All right. One night I wasn't allowed, and that's I just and then and from and we'd
On a
and
déjà
then
vu ça.
all I shit I can't some. My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa.
Alors ça, on l'a déjà
I've never seen the
fouillé.
inside of it, and I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would. Really? I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still two places I've never been able to reach. First, the palace.
Donc voilà.
If Navia managed
Il y a
to
le
get
palais où
in, then
Nevia
I
s'est
suppose Scintilla could
enfermée.
have
C'est
too.
sûr que
The
c'est un
only
truc
other place
important.
she could be is somewhere in the
Et ensuite
cistern
le réseau des
network.
citernes.
I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Il faut qu'on regarde ce qu'on peut faire dans ce qu'on a débloqué comme piste. Parce que bon là il y a ce qu'il vient de nous dire mais ça fait pas tout. Là-bas il y a un méchant. Si on y va, on a perdu. Alors. Ça on a fini. Pourtant ça me le dit encore. Trouver un moyen de forcer Maloïs à se retirer de l'élection. Obtenir un arc, ça ce serait bien. Putain, trouver un truc dans le palais, mais il me propose rien, on est d'accord. C'est bien dommage. Un remède contre les rhumatismes. Il faudrait rentrer dans le palais. Arrêter les menaces contre Virgile, c'est justement avec les rhumatismes. Obtenir la clé de Dully qui ouvre la citerne supérieure en le faisant libérer. Faudrait que j'arrive à le faire libérer. Mais ils veulent pas. Tout est lié, hein. Est-ce qu'il y a prêtresse pourra l'aider? Ah! La prêtresse pourrait aider la nana qui a des visions. Intéressant. Et là, en vrai, du coup, ça, je pouvais grimper dessus en faisant s'effondrer là-bas. Vu que c'est fermé, peut-être que... On m'a dit, c'est bizarre que je pouvais faire effondrer le truc, mais que ça donnait rien. On fait quand même s'effondrer le truc pour voir? Allez. Il faut quand même qu'on aille voir aussi la prêtresse. Bon là forcément, hein. En l'occurrence... Ah mince, j'ai mis... je m'occupe immédiatement. On s'était raté un moment où on avait fait un peu tout ce qu'on voulait faire, donc... Vas-y, va faire s'effondrer le truc. Voilà. Ça c'est fait. Et du coup on peut monter. Je suis sûre qu'il y a un intérêt à pouvoir monter. Ah quoique, il s'est pas effondré de la même façon, donc j'ai un doute. Oh non! On peut pas remonter comme hier, donc je sais pas en vrai. Ça a peut-être pas de rapport. Oh non! Elle me fait rire. Du coup peut-être pas, en fait, pas de rapport avec... Bah non, on peut monter là maintenant. Bah ouais, en fait, on peut déjà monter. Du coup, pas de rapport. Et là, il n'y a pas d'accès sur le toit. Vous entendez? Il y a un bruit de ruche. Pas d'accès sur le toit. Là, par contre, il y a un accès comme ça. Attendez. Ça m'a l'air dangereux, hein, mon idée. On va essayer de trouver hein, pour accéder à... soit à la citerne supérieure, soit au palais, hein. Il y a un des deux. Hein. La tyrolienne, on est d'accord, je peux pas la prendre dans l'autre sens. Là, il me faut une espèce de truc pour pouvoir utiliser ça. Je n'ai pas ce... À moins que ce soit quand on est en vision, comme si on allait mourir. Quel cas, ça me paraît un peu chaud. Éventuellement par là. Hein. Ah, j'ai pas le droit d'y aller. Donc comme ça résout le problème. On va aller voir la prêtresse. Hmm. Oui, c'est joli. Mais ça nous aide pas. Mais c'est joli. On est d'accord. Je vérifie quand même. Hein. Faut qu'il y ait un trou quelque part. Mais... Parce qu'il y a des petits trous cachés hein, de temps à autre. Il y a des trucs. Hop.
A new face. Arve and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Interesting. Oh, live.
Donc ça doit pas être elle qui peut l'aider. Ça doit pas être elle. Ça on peut aller à l'étage. Je pense pas que ça nous aide grandement. Oh, j'ai cru que je pouvais la prendre la tablette. Parce qu'il y a aussi un truc avec des tablettes. Une histoire de tablette. Donc là tout de suite on va être un peu coincé. Hein. Je peux retourner là s'occuper de lui.
Nobody's told you someone anyway. So and I know.
Donc là il y a une espèce de ghoul mais ils ok. C'est un truc qui demande à mourir. Sauf que pour l'instant j'ai pas d'arc, il faudrait que j'ai un arc. Et j'imagine que si j'avais l'arc, ça serait un poil mieux. Ah non. Il me suit. À l'aide. Il y a un trou sur le côté. Hein. J'ai envie d'aller voir, mais je crois qu'on est déjà allé. Tout va bien. Bon. Du coup, tout ça, ça va pas. Boîte de Pandore à la rigueur. Là-haut. Je peux quand même retrouver Maléolus, là. Mais je pense pas que ça m'apporte grand-chose.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without... What? You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins
Ah, je l'avais pas
of the
anticipé
one.
comme ça. Juste parce que j'ai dit que j'allais le buter. Bon, comme ça, vous voyez comment ça se passe. Et j'ai pas l'argent en plus. J'ai presque envie d'essayer un truc. J'ai envie d'essayer d'aller à l'endroit qui est pas accessible. Aïe. J'ai mal. Ici, là. Ok. C'est tout ce qu'il y a? Mais ça fait beaucoup d'argent, hein? Let me go! Non! Je peux pas passer. Ah, je vais mourir. Ah, ils sont rentrés! Ah non! Ah, mais ça fait... En fait, c'est juste de l'argent derrière ça, du coup. Comme ça, on sait ce qu'il y a derrière. Ah, c'est cool. En vrai, c'est cool. On a de l'avance là-dessus. On sait qu'il y a de l'argent là-bas.
You mean... As you would. I try...
Ça, on sait. Qu'est-ce que j'ai pu rater? Parce que là, pour le coup, j'ai un peu tout exploré. Si ce n'est suivre des gens. Voir par exemple où va Livia à la fin de la journée. À la rigueur, quoi. À la rigueur. Après, si j'avais accès à toutes les zones où à chaque fois il y a les papillons, ça changerait tout. Je me demande si on a accès aux zones de papillons. C'est la vraie question. Est-ce que si je déclenche un truc, j'ai accès aux zones de papillons? Mais je pense pas. Si cela puisse soutenir mon poids. Il me faudrait une potion qui me rende légère. D'où je... Y a rien d'autre là chez les vendeurs? Là j'ai la résine à choper.
Welcome. Feeling up? That's a shame.
Ah, peut-être reparler de Lulia? Vas-y, on va voir.
Feeling all right? Sure. Do you... Glad... That's...
Tout ça, ça nous apporte rien. J'ai pas beaucoup exploré par ici, ça se trouve j'ai raté des trucs. Hein.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Là, il y a la prison de l'autre. Je vais essayer de voir.
Hello? Hello? My friend, he said he gave me this. All I remember is he's now nobody look. Hannibal said I shouldn't. You're...
J'avoue que c'est pas très gentil. Parce que lui, on sait pas le pauvre. Mais ouais, j'ai essayé de faire l'autre option de dialogue au cas où, tu vois. Je sais que c'est pas très gentil, mais... c'est la vie. Mais en fait, j'aurais pu tout de suite y dire d'aller dans le... Oh my god, mais le méchant. On n'a pas essayé de lui dire d'aller dans le temple. Il va se faire buter comme ça. Mais let's go. Let's go. Je prends la thune de Maléolus. Comme ça, on aura assez d'argent. Let's go, c'est bon. Je tiens quelque chose. On peut buter le méchant. Et si on bute le méchant, la Vesta va nous suivre. Va pouvoir faire un truc. Ouais, terrible. Ta vie est compliquée.
I'm not so... This is outrageous.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Hop, je prends la potion. La popo. Aïe. Ça pique. Ok. J'ai pas prévu de faire d'ellipse hein, sur ma rediff. Donc ça fera peut-être un peu longuet. Surtout là, le début de la deuxième, forcément. J'espère que les gens iront voir la première. Parce que forcément, on s'est arrêté à un moment où... Ah merde, j'ai raté. Je me suis pris trop de flèches. Oh. J'ai déjà fait pourtant de réussir à prendre les deux. Nul. À un moment où bon, on était chaud quoi.
That's a shame.
Thanks again for saving Yulia's life.
On va refaire.
Ave.
Après, je pourrais aussi prendre que de l'argent légal. Hein. Mais bon. Si on peut réussir à le faire, ça on a de l'avance. Pour le tour d'après. On sait qui est lui là. Ouais, ouais.
This is outrageous.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Merde.
They're golems.
J'ai pris une flèche, ça devrait aller. Je vais en prendre une deuxième, je pense. Hop. Ok. Parfait. Ouh. Ouh. Donc, on a la thune, on a le truc, on sauve les deux.
Salve, friend.
Je vais laisser le texte cette fois-ci.
Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the shrine of Proserpina? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Voilà, et ça, là, ça, on pouvait pas avoir ça si on n'a jamais sauvé Yulia, si on n'a jamais su qu'il fallait 2000 balles pour les sauver.
Oh, no. All right, I can do that.
Sauf que là, il n'y a pas les 2000 balles. Ah, voilà. Et il y a aussi ça. Ulpus est sur le point de se jeter du balcon du grand temple. Hop là. Et il nous sauve 2 personnes sans qu'on ait à le faire. Ça, c'est génial. Je trouve ça génial parce qu'on n'a pas répété les tâches. Enfin, si ce n'est avoir la thune et le truc, mais c'est ok, quoi. C'est pas la mort. Et là, en plus, la thune, j'ai un tour d'avance. J'ai encore un tour d'avance pour la thune. Donc j'ai pu à faire ce que je viens de faire juste avant. Bah ça c'est un truc qui a été reproché à 12 minutes par exemple. Alors c'est encore plus oppressant parce que 12 minutes c'est très court la durée de la boucle. Au bout d'un moment, et c'est vrai que moi je l'ai senti aussi comme ça, au bout d'un moment t'es en mode bon c'est bon, j'ai déjà fait 400 fois le truc, y'a pas moyen de skip là. Les dialogues, tout ça. Bah là en l'occurrence c'est ok quoi.
Ixion turns.
Je récupère juste les thunes qui sont faciles à récupérer. Je me dis comme ça nous fait un petit peu d'avance. Mais là, vous voyez, j'étais pas obligée, j'ai assez, j'ai de l'avance quoi. Donc j'ai pas besoin. Mais bon. Tant qu'à faire. Ça fait pas de mal.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his threefold.
Ouais, on peut passer en plus, mais ouais. Mais là, je trouve ça rend le truc très cool, t'as vraiment l'impression d'avoir progressé. Et donc là, on va tuer le méchant. Je sais pas pourquoi je l'ai pas fait alors qu'on l'avait dit en plus. Donc, comme il y a eu un petit break. Déjà, on va sauver la fille, donc on va faire que la boulangère, elle n'aille pas dans le temple ici. Et le mec, on va lui dire que la personne qui cherche, elle est dans le temple.
You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort.
Sachant que j'ai un truc à faire dans les bains avec la Vesta. Ça me fait rire forcément.
He's gonna break the golden rule. Thank you. He's still in there somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? Why? All right, fine. Come
Voilà.
and find me my bakery instead. Please be careful.
J'ai pas noté à quelle heure on a refait une boucle. J'aime bien noter les boucles. Comme ça, je mettrai des petits timers, c'est mieux pour les gens. Mais c'est quand même très répétitif dans 5 minutes, hein, vraiment. 3 premières heures c'est cool, après t'en as ras le cul quoi. De faire un petit truc, une petite question, un petit aller-retour. Et là, paf! Ah, on peut aussi... Sauf que le problème c'est qu'il a prévu de buter tout le monde après, mais ce serait trop drôle, on peut buter Malleolus.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Vas-y. Je te regarde. Et les bains, j'y suis jamais allée du coup, trop bien. En vrai, j'aurais dû commencer de là, la rediff. Non, tant pis. Je mettrai un petit commentaire. Bon, c'est l'affaire de 15 minutes, ça. Est-ce qu'il se laisse avoir? Ce serait excellent.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Et du coup, on a un arc. Reviens. Ça y est. Oh mais ça débloque tellement tout. Ah ouais, ça change tout hein. Let's go.
You took care of him.
On reprendra peut-être direct de cette boucle, hein. Je ferai peut-être un montage. À voir. Au final, comme on n'a rien fait juste avant. Ah si, on a parlé à la vieille. Bah tant pis. Je ferai juste un commentaire pour dire aux gens d'aller ici.
An accident? So, it's over?
On s'est tout débloqué, les gens.
It's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse? So you kind of murdered him then?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the
Ça
one.
se fait pas. Pas cool. Non. Les embrouilles. Il y avait d'autres gens qui avaient des thunes normalement. Bon, faut mentir, c'est ça. Putain. Mais j'aime pas mentir. Laisse-moi passer. Non. Oh, je veux voir s'il y a des thunes à choper ailleurs. Ça serait intéressant. Chez les gens. Bonjour. C'est juste pour piquer l'argent. Excusez-moi. Hein. Oula, ça avance ou j'ai rêvé? Oula. Bonjour. On va voir parce que du coup, peut-être la save va faire que c'est pas là. Ou peut-être la save va faire que c'est là. On va voir. Ah ouais, non, du coup, la save, elle est en mode c'est bon, c'est au moment où je le fouille. Oh, on est gagnant, on est gagnant. Non, parce que ça me faisait chier quand même, cette histoire. Mais ouais, le jeu est pas frustrant.
You... And I... Really? Oh, I see. Probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever.
Du coup, Malleolus, c'est le
Glad
gars qui
you're
cherchait.
here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything? Oh, there's not
Allez.
much to tell. I mostly just bake bread.
Trop bien.
and try
On a
to help
débloqué
out
plein de
where I
trucs.
can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are for us? What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables. And Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure these old walls
Ils ont la
don't fall
recette.
down around us. Well,
Référence à
he
Icarus, hein.
does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it? Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we? Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
Bon, en tout cas, je l'ai sauvé. Ce serait stylé qu'on fasse du pain, hein. Non? Voilà. Il veut l'arc.
I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
Je vais dire
Excellent.
oui.
So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? Good. Then none of this should be a surprise to you. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? Only because he was silly enough to get caught. Because the gods would see you, of course, hence my proposal. So, are you in, partner?
Ce n'est pas l'action ou l'horreur. L'horreur! Ah, parce qu'il faut le faire dans le noir.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
Bah, j'ai dit oui pour vous, hein.
And here we are, a gold leaf bow. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left.
Vous voulez qu'on le fasse, j'imagine.
Not watch over you.
J'imagine que vous voulez qu'on le fasse. Oui, je sais, la prêtresse. Elle est où? Elle est là.
A new faith. See you again.
J'imagine bien. Bon. Mais ils ont dit si vous aimez pas l'horreur. Hein. Mais il y a du sang en plus de partout. Non, ça va. Pas du sang. Atteignez les bras zéro. 20 dieux. À l'aide. Ça, c'était l'horreur. Mais du coup, si on prend le carquois, on perd. C'est drôle, ça.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. And yet you did. And now, here we are. With me out here and you in there. Until you give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, But you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Waouh! Mais c'est stylé! Ok, et là on est dans la partie aura. J'ai enlevé mon écouteur, je m'en fous, j'ai pas peur. Truc de ouf! Et ben je suis bien contente qu'on ait fait ça. J'arrête de penser au premier quart d'heure, on a rien foutu. Ça me tracasse. Faut que j'arrête. Les algues. Quoi les algues? Qu'est-ce qu'elles ont les algues? Tirer. Oh, c'est ça le... Oh my god, c'est cet arc là qui permet de faire les zones avec les papillons. Oh non mais là on s'est full débloqué, mais truc de barge. Oh, putain, je prends des flèches en plus. J'ai bien fait de continuer à la récupérer. Parce que j'ai quand même 60 flèches. Ça fait plaisir. Ma chère Galatée, je vous écris cette lettre pour qu'un jour, lorsque nous serons enfin réunis, vous compreniez mon geste et mes motivations. Les autres diront que je suis folle, voire que je suis un monstre, mais je me moque de ce qu'ils pensent. Tout ce que je le fais pour vous. Du coup, le lierre. Mais oui! Quand je vous dis qu'on a tout débloqué! Ah mince, comme j'ai pas le son, j'avais pas vu que ça le lisait. Excusez-moi.
I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me.
Oh my god, tout un univers qui s'ouvre à nous là. Trop bien. Heureusement qu'on n'a pas trouvé ça hier. Hein. Non, on n'aura jamais fini le jeu. On n'a jamais fait de Tchernobyl.
It was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again. And turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Oui, c'est un meurtre s'il transforme quelqu'un en or, je pense. Il n'y a pas de... Enfin, je pense, tu vois, après, je veux pas... Ça va transformer en or, c'est pas ouf. Parce qu'il faudrait qu'on ouvre pour tout le temps. Je vais quand même essayer. C'est malléable l'or normalement. Oh là là, je suis refaite hein, de ce qu'on a fait. Elles se tournent les statues. What? Ça faisait le tour? Est-il? Allô? Oh là là. C'est-à-dire que celui de la citerne, je vais aussi pouvoir le buter. Ça me change la vie, là.
Supposed to be here.
C'est en train de faire, je sais beaucoup. Mais j'ai pas arrêté d'en ramasser en fait dans les runs. Je sais bien que ça servira à un moment, tu vois. Je pense que j'ai bien fait. Ouais, la voix nous aide, hein, la voix nous aide. Mais à se demander ce que Nevia... Je pense que Nevia est problématique, hein. Vous avez vu quand elle a dit... Ah, c'est là. Je demande pas ce que vous compreniez, nanana. Je me suis coincée. Vous croyez ça? Je me suis coincée. Ah, c'est bon. Faut que j'arrête de casser les jeux comme ça tout le temps. Bon, go. Heureusement qu'on peut tout geler d'un coup, hein. Parce que sinon... Ça bloque les autres. JPP. Dans le doute, je préfère quand même les bloquer. Voilà, hein. Pas que j'ai pas confiance, mais... Ah, il y avait un coffre là. Qui dit coffre dit qu'il me le faut. Hein. On se dépêche parce que quand même la journée avance. Bon, tout ça. Hein. Bon, je pense que j'aurais pas à le refaire ce passage, c'est ça l'avantage. pas s'il y a un succès pour ça, mais dans le doute. Ouais. Je les bastonne. C'était un petit peu violent ça, hein? Oh, la clé du palais, on l'aura pour toujours. Voilà.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow?
C'est glauque.
In their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Bah heureusement qu'on a beaucoup de flèches, hein. L'air de rien, quand même. Le truc c'est qu'ils veulent mourir. Donc en fait ça m'embête de pas les... de pas les exécuter. Me dis pas que c'est la fin là. Je crois que c'est la fin de la journée. Je me motive un peu. Mais bon, j'ai le truc du palais. C'est cool. La musique, c'est que c'est la fin. J'avoue, j'ai bien pris mon temps.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain.
Oh,
At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment.
Ah, c'est chaud ce qu'elle a fait. Hein. Oh là là!
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air. Coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? Wind back time? What are you talking about? What? How is that possible? The goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, of course. But I'm confused. If you've harnessed the secrets of the gods, why tell me? I see. Well, I'll trust you to honor our bargain. But if you don't, mark my words, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Whew. Là, si je parle à l'autre, c'est fini, je pense. Ah, je peux pas lui parler. C'est affreux, hein. C'est quand même affreux comme truc. Et s'ils ont dit, si vous n'aimez pas l'horreur et l'action, vous pouvez ne pas faire ça. Je pense qu'en vrai, on peut complètement éviter ce passage un peu énervé, on peut le dire, hein. Mon gars, c'était fou. J'ai combien d'argent? 3000. Nice.
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia?
Si tu trouves directement le remède au temple d'Apollon. Non, parce qu'on y était déjà. Donc non. Je pense que c'est juste que t'as une autre façon de l'apprendre. Je pense que tu peux quand même aller dans le palais, mais d'une autre façon, en fait. Sans avoir la partie torture.
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did.
That's... Rufus, viens là. Franchement, on résout plein de mystères, hein. Je suis contente, hein. Cette boucle, c'est la boucle ultime.
Rufus, better watch your step. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for.
C'est nice.
Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. See you around.
Attends. Ils m'ont donné, il a dit. Ah mais je vais voir Malleolus d'abord. Ouais, je m'en vais. Parce qu'on va peut-être se faire se retirer Malleolus, je sais pas si j'ai le temps. Part un peu short. Ou devrais-je dire Quintus? Stop.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusion. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. I try.
Mais là, j'aurais pu demander à Rufus qui vote pour l'autre. Hein. Reviens, Rufus. J'ai dû partir par là. Rufus, pas Rufus d'ailleurs. Faut qu'on aille voir l'endroit où il y avait de... Oh là là, tellement de trucs à faire en vrai.
You, Tantalus,
vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my
tree
tavern.
you grasp just as the... But it... The...
Eh non, on a pas beaucoup parlé avec. Hein. C'est la bitch qui a donné de la ciguë à l'autre.
Coming on. I take. Let's just forget that ever.
Ah, on n'a pas ses affaires à elle.
Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if.
Elle est chelou.
I guess, as a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information.
Là, de passer, on l'a jamais entendu.
And I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to?
Elle va me donner la ciguë. Quelle bitch.
Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is. There used to be a midwife here, Naevia, but this, fortunately for us, she locked herself. Sent in. How can we trust him to go? I heard Dacius has been offering a lot of. Have you
pas passé 4 jours ici.
But then, why does he have a collection of them in his room? I hear Galerius has a thing for Equitea. Why do silly boys always? I hear there are blasphemous cultists. Some. I've already told you. All right.
C'est vraiment une bitch. Et y a pas Rufus là. Je pensais qu'il se serait attablé. Voilà. Let's go. Hop. Oh, on est passé de l'autre côté, des gens qui prient. J'ai cru que ça allait déclencher. J'étais en mode ah non. Il y a une clé quelque part? Bon, je vais repartir comme je suis venu. Y a pas de souci. Je crois qu'il y avait quelqu'un qui était venu. Ça m'aurait fait rire. Faut qu'on fasse ce truc à la citerne aussi. Bon, enfin bon. Chaque chose en son temps.
Ixion turns.
Oh là là, j'ai plus de temps là. Je pense que là ça devient compliqué. J'arrête pas de dire j'ai plus de temps alors qu'en fait j'ai du temps. Il faudrait qu'on aille voir la Vestale et qu'on puisse du coup comme ça faire le truc des bains qu'on n'a jamais fait, on n'est jamais allé dans les bains. Ouais, moins cher que gratuit. Là, hop. Oh, il y en a d'autres. Ah ouais. Mais ça se trouve c'est une solution. Hein. Truc de ouf. Ok, là, il y a une porte verrouillée. Le truc de la citerne, faut voir le truc de la citerne. Ouais, peut-être pour le temple de ouf. On va aller là, Véronique. À moins que ce soit l'autre. Ah, c'est Yulia. M'intéresse pas Yulia. Allez, salut. Bon là, en vrai, je peux remonter du coup, si j'ai envie. Pour que l'autre pète un câble. À moins que ce soit pour accéder à la citerne, la fameuse. Bon, d'abord, on va dans la citerne là.
Don't believe a word
Refuse.
they tell you.
Vu que je t'ai aidé.
No idea what you're talking about. All right. But after this, we're square.
I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again.
Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
Ah, c'est le truc que je viens de faire, mais bon, c'est pas grave.
Subscription received.
Merci, Kraken.
Get that from me.
Merci beaucoup.
No. See you.
Très bien.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Si, si.
What?
Pourquoi il me... Ok. Merci pour ton resub. Et donc là j'ai accès comme je veux ici. C'est pas? Donc je peux par exemple monter dans ce truc. Qui est la citerne supérieure, putain. C'est sûr c'est la citerne supérieure ça. Oh là là, mais on a débloqué tellement. C'est ouf. C'est vraiment assez fou. J'ai combien d'argent là? 3700, cool. On a 2 tours là. Non! J'ai chu. Peut-être en touchant les algues. Ici. Ouais. Allez hop. Toujours plus d'argent. Ça va de mal. Bon bah go à l'autre truc. Donc là je suis en train d'accéder à la citerne supérieure. Punaise, je vais avoir tout fait sur ce run. La dinguerie. Il y a quelqu'un? Oh, mais c'est Cynthia! Mais quoi? « 100% c'est Cynthia. » Oh là là, tout ce qu'on découvre là. C'est dingue. Je fais le tour quand même. Hein, parce que... Oh me dites pas que c'est Malleolus. Mais si, c'est Malleolus qui a dû l'enfermer là.
You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centella. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Ah mais non, on peut pas le tuer.
Sentius, my adoptive father.
C'est son père.
Help me. I'll
Oh le
salaud. Him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please. You're making a mistake.
Oh. La dinguerie. Je peux sauter direct dans l'eau là? Ouais, je pense. Hein. Allez, ouh. Eh ben punaise. Alors qu'on pensait que c'était Malleolus.
Ave, we're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am.
On va retourner voir l'autre avec l'arc aussi.
We have? I must have entrusted. Is that about right? Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out? Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before.
Oof.
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered.
Oh non, il se rappelle en fait à chaque fois.
My connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 6 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? And why would I agree to that? You and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions, least of all, me. Understand that, to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies. I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on
Le
forever
taré.
until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Oh, le salaud. Merde, ils sont déjà partis? Non, ok.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which god that is. And I'm afraid even I don't know, although I have my suspicions. This might sound like a strange question, but please, humor me. How did you find your way here? Karen, you say? Why? So... I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't... Have you spoken with any of... I really think you... I know. I just... You have? Yes. What up? Yeah. What? That... You met... I see. Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see.
Ah, c'est là le truc des bains.
You'd better follow me to the baths. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Hello?
Fortune smile on you, brother.
J'ai pas été voir l'autre pour l'arc, ça m'inquiète. Ils disent, ah ouais, quand même, je me suis fait arnaquer, quoi. Oula. Laisse-moi observer la zone, j'ai pas... Waouh, c'est beau. C'est si beau. C'est de la bien belle piscine, ça, hein?
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R.
Ah, je l'avais dit, c'était le passeur. J'avais raison, en fait.
The ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross.
Ouais, donc on avait raison, ils sont dans l'afterlife.
Separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape
À
with
mon
the
avis...
help
Ah
of
bah il y a le mec en
Proserpina
dessous,
or
ceci étant.
some
Hein.
other guide. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. It is. The gods are a mirror image of mankind, as far as cruelty is concerned, I'm afraid. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate to escape as we are. If she really did help Orpheus and Sisyphus, perhaps she'll help us too. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire.
La journée va être finie, hein. Il me raconte sa vie pendant 4 siècles.
But
Je suis dégoûtée.
I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even...
Non, je crois pas que ça pose pendant les dialogues, c'est bien pour ça qu'on peut leur dire de la faire courte.
Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld.
Et j'ai déjà été interrompue pendant un dialogue. Donc ça pose pas.
You are no Hercules. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city.
Donc les plaques, maintenant.
The door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument. You'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Eden. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style. Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. Roman,
J'ai déjà la plaque mystère du coup.
Egyptian, and a 4th.
Et grec, il y a un endroit où on avait dit ouais, il nous faut de l'aide d'un grec.
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps the goddess will help guide you to it when the time is right. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the Golden Rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All right.
Allez.
As for Livia, It seems
Salut.
she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Eh ben, ça fut toute une aventure. Hein. Alors, j'aimerais faire une photo pour ma miniature. Il faudrait que mon arc brille au moment de la photo, donc peut-être plus de l'autre côté. Ouais, là c'est parfait. Ah, ça met pas l'arc. Moi, je vais le faire sans la grille alors. Hop. Je vais refaire une photo. Parfait. Ça fera en miniature. Bon, bah on a fait beaucoup de choses, hein, c'est cool. Niveau thune, on est très bien, je pense. 4400. Je pense là, je sais à peu près quoi faire. Ça devrait bien se passer. Juste, j'ai pas revu Désus, mais ça se trouve, on peut pas le revoir. Il s'est peut-être cassé, hein. Et en même temps, il fait bien dans ce cas. Ce salaud. Lui, il est là. Tu étais là il y a 3 ans, Tu sais, c'est le moment où ils vont tous...
Same thing I've made every day for the last 5 months, Georgius. Bread.
Ah, but it's the way you make it which makes it so magnificent.
I just follow the recipe.
Salut World of Warcraft. En même temps, c'était le dénouement du truc, donc... hormis le fait de réussir. Donc c'est normal qu'elle nous explique tout. Après, on avait déjà compris beaucoup de choses, donc c'est pour ça que c'était un peu... Ça pouvait être barbant.
Greetings. I'm Mike. And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Duli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter. I hope that our paths...
Vas-y, on toi.
Salve. I hear we have you to thank for Nice to...
Je pense que c'est bon en fait pour lui.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. Well, like, Galerius? Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and
ouais, donc on doit quand même s'occuper de l'histoire avec Galerius.
Bye bye.
compliqué. Mais il dit droite, droite. Mais il n'y a rien à droite, droite. Ouais, c'est ça quoi. Rien d'exceptionnel ici. Très bien. Je vérifie. Hein. Pas aller là, ça sert à rien. Je vérifiais qu'il n'y avait pas une autre truc qu'on n'avait pas chopé, mais... La réponse est non. Ici, c'est l'habitation de l'autre. Et là, je repars ici. J'espère que je peux pas demander à l'autre là. That's it.
His brightness was like the light.
On va aller chercher dans la maison de l'Égyptien. Faut qu'on ait le temps de reprendre le remède quand même. Hein. Encore et toujours. Et on a Livia à aller parler, effectivement. Si tant est qu'on ait le temps.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Well,
Not bad.
isn't that any backup? Not for a few weeks now.
Don't be too hard on
Last
yourself.
time I saw him,
From what
he
I
was
hear,
sitting at a
nobody
table
saw it
with
coming.
Georgius,
Anyway, I thought you
whispering
stoics
about
weren't supposed to worry about
some job.
things you can't control.
I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So naturally, I hovered.
Waiting to be found.
The one word
Sounds like
I
you're
kept
torturing
hearing
yourself.
was
Leave that to the
vanishing,
gods.
and
Try to
then
relax,
the
get
next
some
day,
rest.
Kabash
Tomorrow's
just
a new day.
disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. All right, see ya.
Bon. Oui.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've... Oh, come... Sisyphus, he was forcing... Tantal... Oh. Anyway, so... Oh, now... Oh, and if our conversation...
Citizen.
Salve again, my sister. Now, what's... but from what I... maybe that's not such a... And how... Well, if you can do that... Alright.
On your best
Bon, il faut
behavior,
toujours
I
que Malleolus
trust.
se présente pas. Hein.
Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Bon, c'est ici sa chambre. Je vais retourner voir Georgius.
Galerius.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so that, but it does not say it,
Don't be too hard on
speak
yourself.
its
From
name.
what I hear, nobody saw it.
Then it is true.
I thought you
I was
stoics
right.
weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
I thought I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember there is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Il y a une suite ou pas? Oh, on l'a carrément résolu.
Friend.
Greetings and salutation. Hello again, my son. Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing! Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate.
Non mais c'est le mec qui est en dessous, il a besoin de manger.
And to my dismay, he was never seen again. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful.
Subscription received. Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
Merci beaucoup, Diablo. Par contre, là, c'est bientôt la nuit, donc j'hésite. Enfin, je sais pas si c'est bientôt la nuit, en vrai. 41 mois de sub. J'espère que tu vas bien. Merci à toi. N'empêche que l'autre, il a bougé. Jesus. Là, on dirait que ça va être la fin. Hein. Faut que je fasse gaffe. Faut que j'ai le temps de prendre mes trucs. Hein. Pour l'instant, ça a l'air d'aller, mais... Jusqu'à quand? Il y a plein d'OP dessus d'ailleurs en ce moment, Lit. J'ai remarqué. Alors c'était où? Il y avait un trou dans le mur, je me rappelle. C'est plus en bas. Mais j'ai peur en fait que ça reset et qu'on foire tout à être coincé dans un endroit. Ça m'inquiète. Il va où lui? Ça a l'air d'aller. C'est pas là. Mais je sais qu'il y a un trou à un endroit. Ah, c'est là. Ça va bien se passer.
Ah, welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the golden rule?
Aïe, j'ai une crampe. Oui.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Good enough for me. Now, let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Bon, si je réponds un truc trop catégorique, il va...
We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people.
Oui, enfant, excuse-moi, mais voler, arnaquer les gens, tuer les gens, c'est toujours mauvais, hein. Faut arrêter, hein, de se voler la face.
So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain
Oh, c'est dur comme règle. Hein? Pas pousser quand même.
So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct? Which you could follow?
Là, dans le monde où ils sont, en tout cas, c'est pas compliqué. Je dis pas, hein, pour les trucs plus... voilà, mais... Oui, non, mais par exemple, le truc, mentir par omission pour protéger les gens, c'est pas quelque chose de bon, en vrai. Bah, je sais pas, après, moi, sur tous ces trucs-là, je suis déjà tranchée, mais... Il y a plein de gens qui justifient leurs mensonges. Ça, c'est le truc, les excuses, c'est mentir. Mentir, ça n'apporte que du mauvais, les gens. Parce qu'à vrai, sinon... et ça... Je mets tout quand même. C'est ce qu'il dit, oui, mais c'est ce qu'il dit lui. Non, absolument pas, du coup.
It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
Mais bon, se voiler la face, c'est pas... En général, les gens qui se voilent la face ou qui disent j'ai menti pour et qui se donnent bonne conscience, ils sont bien au courant de si c'est bien ou pas. La frontière peut être brouillée vitef, tu vois. Tu le sais intrinsèquement au fond de toi, si t'es en train de mytho ou pas. Mentir, c'est comme enfiler des cartes, un jour tout s'effondre. Exactement.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
Si on parle par contre des conséquences de ces actes dont on n'a pas conscience, par exemple, le côté je fais un truc là et en fait par effet boule de neige, ça amène à ce que voilà, je sais pas, quelqu'un aille quelque part, rate le trottoir et se fende le crâne par terre, là oui. Mais si on parle des conséquences directes de ce qu'on est en train de faire ou dire, ça on en est conscient quand même.
Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil.
Un petit mensonge, c'est facile quand même que c'est une bonne chose, ouais, mais non.
Countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them.
Ça c'est bien, ouais.
And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company?
On n'aura jamais la fin de l'histoire là.
It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could.
Enfin, tout ça c'est que mon avis, hein, bien sûr, les gens. Ce n'est pas la parole divine, hein, mais j'ai pour principe que le mensonge c'est mal. Mais chacun son point de vue, bien entendu. Je suis pas là pour vous convaincre. Et inversement.
Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time, to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The Romans call him... My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
C'est chaud.
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness. loneliness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Ha! Did we not discuss it at length already? You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must.
Me dis pas que c'est le gars qui vient buter après.
Before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek.
Je pense pas quand même.
Architecture, the temples.
Il sait qu'on est pressé ou pas?
When the Romans came, in typical
Genre l'air vénère déjà que j'étais catégorique avant.
Built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Ah, c'est pour la porte derrière. Merci, mais là, il va falloir que je remonte par contre.
I enjoyed our chat.
Ah, j'ai pas le temps. Hein. J'ai la clé, mais je pense que j'ai pas le temps. Il nous reste à peu près 2 heures devant nous, donc il y a moyen qu'on finisse le jeu, je pense. Ce serait cool, hein. Ça me ferait fort plaisir. On a la clé des catacombes. Ah, ça m'a fait peur. Ouais, je pense que c'est envisageable. Bon, en vrai, ils sont toujours là, les gens. J'avoue, j'ai l'impression que c'est l'heure. Écoutez. Parce que là, il nous reste ça. Bon, et on a toujours le problème de faire que l'autre soit voté. Il y a ça, hein. Il faut davantage de preuves sur Malleolus.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Ça c'est intéressant.
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna.
Oh mais
Don't get cocky.
ça c'est le truc qu'on n'a pas fait.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected magistrate. Magistrate, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected a magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now.
Ah mais en haut j'y suis déjà allé. Qu'est-ce que ça m'apporterait? Il y a rien ici. Quel serait l'intérêt de monter sur le toit? Ça veut pas. Ah. Vite. On voit rien. Petit coucher de soleil, j'avoue. Et merde. Ok, je suis désolée. C'est glitché. Je suis hors map. C'est embêtant. Ah non. Et salut le mec. Ah, j'ai fait une connerie là. Ok, dernier point de sauvegarde, il est là. Mais à quoi ça sert de monter? À part s'il a fait... on est déjà allé là plein de fois quoi. Ce serait fou, ce serait genre en mode on est arrivé avant quoi.
Good to see.
Mais là, si je trouve Kabash et tout, on n'est pas rendu. Hein. Vous en êtes conscient. Il y en a pour 4 siècles. Si ça commence à faire... Oh Bon, au pire, on rechargera quand même. Putain, ça m'en fait peur. Mais... Tu vas prendre ta flèche là de moi? Et l'autre il habite avec les fous furieux comme ça? Quelle aventure. J'ai cramé. Le v'là.
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess, another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
Bah écoute mes mecs, si je joue à Destiny, si je rejoue à Destiny la semaine dernière et si je joue tout à l'heure pour la saison, c'est que je suis hype, hein. J'ai fait une vidéo là-dessus, hein. J'ai fait la rediff de l'annonce, t'as aussi du coup la première vidéo de la saison, donc un petit bug mais pas neuf.
To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris. Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up.
J'ai vraiment devoir plonger dans les enfers égyptiens. On en est là.
I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria.
Je vais aller un peu vite, sinon je pense qu'on va manquer de temps.
Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took
Joli,
the
hein, mais...
opportunity to learn Latin, and eventually, when the fires
Je vais
broke
essayer de lire
out
pas
last
trop
year,
vite aussi.
I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and
Attends,
led many of them to safety. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a... I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a... It did not dawn on me until much later that he... This is where I belong. I think if someone do to the doer to make... As for the punishment that will come from it, I do not know. All I know is is good way. You would plunge in.
Bon bah c'est parti hein. Nom de Zeus. Donc j'ai la plaque. Non c'est pas King Bounty, bah on fait plein de jeux en même temps hein donc... Y a de quoi faire. Je vais suivre les... Oh. Merde. Comme j'ai pas le son, j'aurais pu vraiment me faire avoir. Oh là là. Mais d'une force. Ah là, c'est des pieux. Ok, ok. Pourquoi j'ai pas le son? Je redis, hein, c'est juste que ça me fait peur. Quand même. Ça me fait un petit peu peur. Mais trop drôle. De quoi on n'a pas eu le temps de lire? Ah, sur la plaque là? Ouais, ça c'est... Y a pas de souci, j'ai envie de dire.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that
Voilà,
was
mais il fait
not
quoi
a
lui?
prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen, but if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this? Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Blasphemous fool! You have seen... Ha, good. I welcome. I can only hope one...
The many...
Je sais qu'il y a une sauvegarde auto. Il y avait une save auto. Vas-y, butez-moi. Il y a eu une save au moment où je suis arrivée. Mais je vais laisser faire parce que je suis pas sûre de l'endroit où ça a sauvegardé. Donc je vais me faire buter. Parce que là j'ai pas envie de refaire tout ce passage, on est d'accord? Ce sera un peu... N'est-ce pas? Non mais le propos en fait Anna c'est de dire qu'ils ont tous la même religion en fait. C'est ça surtout. C'est pour montrer que la source est la même. Tac.
Why? But... Blasphemous...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
On va refaire. Bon, je pense qu'il faut mentir. Pas le choix. Ah bah bravo, on a dit qu'on mentait pas. On est obligé là.
When I told you, why? But doubtful. What do you know about honoring the Lord of Silence? You speak the truth. Indeed, it seems we have all been deceived. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point? You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Oh là là, on a réussi. Vous vous rendez compte? Ce qu'on a fait sur cette 6ème boucle, d'après Sentu, c'était la 6ème. C'est juste fou. On va avoir fait tout le jeu en une traite là. Ah, ça me ramène que là. Mais quelle vie. C'est loin. Attends. Je venais de par là à la base. Tac. Là. Je vois rien. C'est un petit peu badant, mais... Nous voici, nous voilà.
You've returned. Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoyed our chat, but please keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
Il me manque la plaque de Dobby, vous êtes horrible. Mais c'est l'idée. Effectivement. Tout à fait, Diablo. Comme j'ai dit la semaine passée, je compte caler une petite session chaque semaine avec mon arca. Pour à chaque fois avancer. Puis du coup, bah, à chaque fois il y aura une petite rediff sur YouTube. Mais je suis deg, la dernière fois la rediff elle a bugué. Et c'est vraiment que la rediff. J'ai essayé de réexporter, j'ai essayé de DL le truc sur Twitch pour ensuite la réexporter. Quoi qu'il arrive, ça bug. En fait, j'ai une image figée pendant 10 minutes au milieu de la vidéo. C'est une dinguerie. Bon, et là le problème maintenant, parce qu'on a toutes les plaques, hein, c'est d'avoir... Oh, ça commence à... Dis donc. Ça commence à être pas mal tout ça. Tiens, je vais dire qu'il a pas tué Kabash, il sera content. Utile. Il n'aurait juste à faire que Malleolus se retire. Mais pour ça, faut qu'on trouve une autre preuve comme quoi c'est Quintus, je sais pas quoi. Peut-être il y a d'autres trucs dans son coffre.
Come
Ouais.
Horatius?
Pas tout le monde est là. Hein.
Looking a bit troubled there.
Bah tiens.
Hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone. Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look,
sounds like you're
why don't you keep our bow as compensation?
Leave that for the gods. Try to relax.
Fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you with something? Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his door. Not going to happen. Very well.
Citizen.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Et du coup, il n'y avait pas genre juste
Horatius?
en train de...
Looking a bit troubled.
Non, c'est Galérus. Il était chauve aussi, j'ai confondu. Ah, il est là.
You look well, my... Hey! Truly, my imagination runs wild. But if what you... Should I stop my offerings, though? Very well. Now, was there something you wanted?
On peut faire en sorte qu'il ait plus à bouffer, j'en peux plus.
That, my friend, is quite... I do not enjoy... Nothing. I hope...
Donc là, il nous reste juste vraiment sauver l'autre là.
Are they?
Oh, I wish...
096, c'est ça.
I try...
Ok, il veut doter. Attends, je vais quand même essayer des...
I'm so... Really? I d... You... That doesn't... Oh, you... Oh no, that's Scintilla's.
Putain, on n'avait jamais pu le faire ça.
What was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods, you mean she's... What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Scentilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone do such a thing? But who? Who could have a reason to do that? That is an extremely serious accusation. I take it you have something to back it up. So this is just baseless speculation. I've heard enough. Kindly keep your
C'était pas ouf. On a connu plus efficace. Mais c'est rien, trouver où il a mis la clé? Espèce de barbare, c'est ça. Peut-être je peux lui filer de la ciguë, mais bon. Pas ouf. Il a retrouvé ce qu'il faut faire. L'élection va démarrer. Ah. Pareil, lui, là, il me faudrait d'autres preuves. Peut-être, vu qu'il me faut d'autres preuves, peut-être je pourrais poser la question à l'assassin. Genre, t'as pas un autre truc à me dire sur lui? Gna 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 gna. Je pense qu'on pourrait la jouer comme ça. Il va y avoir un nouveau jour qui va commencer, les gens. Truc de fou.
I'm not talk. An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking
let's go!
Some time ago, when he
Sur le fil.
he wrote me a love letter. Only he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, but to withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope. You must think me quite mad. Don't it?
The many shall suffer for the
On allait perdre de
sins
toute
of the
façon.
one.
Donc autant avoir beaucoup d'argent. Ouais, faut que je la flatte. Mais ça va se faire assez facilement. Non. Faut que je vois si sur le cadavre de Sentus il y a quelque chose. Putain, il a pas la clé. Pourquoi il a pas la clé sur lui? C'est bizarre un peu. Ok, on va faire une petite pause ici. Mais on est bien. Bon, on n'a plus de problème d'argent. C'est bon, j'arrête de piquer de l'argent. C'est ok. Ah, j'ai déjà l'écorce de saule et tout. J'ai les plaques. C'est parfait. Hop. Ça fait 3 heures qu'on joue là. J'ai tellement pas vu le temps passer. Bon. Toi, hop.
Oh.
Je peux vraiment envoyer tout le monde comme ça.
Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine.
Je peux tellement te le dire.
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got
De
it.
ouf ça. J'ai vu la manette, mais c'était déjà trop tard et puis il était ultra cher en vrai. Mais stylé.
Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Tu dois être content.
But
C'est
how
nice,
did
c'est
you-
nice.
All right, of course. I'll make sure this gets to him. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Hop. Là, j'aurais bien aimé la manette. La console, c'était sûr que je pouvais pas. Mais du coup, ouais.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone, but always
On va passer direct, on va le mettre les autres plaques direct. Ok. Là, on peut aller tout de suite s'occuper de Malleolus. Easy peasy. Hop. Ça va être sympa. J'avoue que pour le coup, si on peut l'envoyer faire tout ça, ça va vite. Hein. Il y a un problème avec Cynthia qui est quand même attaché au sous-sol, là, c'est embêtant. C'est embêtant parce qu'il veut pas me filer la clé. Mais je sais qu'il y a de l'argent, mais j'ai plus besoin là. J'ai un multiple de 2. J'ai encore deux fois possibilité. Je n'ai plus besoin. Ok. On va s'occuper de Malleolus. Surtout me laisse pas prendre la tyrolienne. C'est chiant. Sérieux. Oui. Ah oui. Ouais, en fait les deux trucs qui va rester, ça va être de libérer le mec en prison et de libérer la fille. C'est les deux trucs qui vont être un peu chauds. Hop. Hop.
You know, some time ago, now but... Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
Qu'est-ce qu'elle veut? GG encore Sam du coup.
I want you to bring me some wine.
Ah, j'en ai plein. Je dois avoir 400 urnes dans les poches.
Don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counselling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware, and getting it won't be easy. So you'll help me? Thank you.
Je peux donner d'autres si tu veux.
Here's the letter.
Merci.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
What?
He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know. What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat.
Pas très gentil ça, Claudia.
May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
Quand même. J'en avais combien en vrai des vins, je vais vous dire. J'en avais... Alors j'en ai que 3. Pas tant que ça finalement. Il est temps de confronter Malleolus.
Domitius does... Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't. My name is Mark. You and I like.
Mais si j'ai une preuve.
That's quite all right. I trust.
Mais quoi? Il l'a pas pris dans ses poches? Petite histoire. Véronique, redonne-moi la lettre. Tu l'as posée quelque part?
Get out before I have Domitius throw you out.
Mais... Peut-être parce que j'ai pas fait ça. J'ai bien la lettre en tout cas. Peut-être pour l'assassin, bah non. L'assassin on voit bien. Ah. Ok, mais c'est vraiment débile. En gros, on peut pas lui prouver sans lui demander de sortir. Bon là il y a un petit cafouillage.
Suppose that makes you what? One of Nero's assassins? So you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live? I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Bon, y a pas à avoir de regrets, c'est un salaud. Attends, je ferai vraiment une petite photo de ta villa quand même. Hop. Faut faire comme ça. Hop. Oups.
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Modifier le style visuel. Je sais pas c'est quoi la touche en anglais. Ça revient comme ça. Hop. Genre les petites photos parce qu'on va bientôt finir, j'ai l'impression. Alors écoutez. Des souvenirs. Galerius. Je devrais revenir plus tard, mais il fait chier. On va voir qu'ils finissent par être disposés. Ah, je peux faire des œufs d'or. Vous êtes prêts?
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? Wait.
Là, on a du temps, en vrai. Parce qu'on a plus grand chose à faire.
The only way you could have known.
On a fait les catacombes, tout ça.
Oh, what was his name?
On va y arriver.
Nice. Yeah,
Nice.
that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Et ma pie. Tiens, tu peux même me raconter le paysage.
A long time ago.
On a le temps.
Daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever.
Quelqu'un qui vient de me parler dans
On the
l'oreille.
bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
C'était flippant.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to... Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you... Salve
C'est mon
again.
poulain, Galerius.
I've bounced the idea, but from what I hear, Malleolus has the elections stitched up. Nobody's gonna take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me. He did? Oh, that was unexpected.
On se demande,
What
on se
could have
demande.
possessed him to do that? Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. Alright, friend. Hope you find a...
Vas-y, Galerius. La vraie question, c'est est-ce que je confronte lui?
On your best behavior, I trust?
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
Voyons voir.
I thought I told you to get out.
Ah, il veut même plus m'adresser à parole en fait.
Whatever are you wearing? Oh, I wish. Oh, you. Heard about her disappearance, I take it. What? Is this some kind of crude commoner joke?
Violence.
No, surely not. Father, is this true?
I'm afraid it is.
I don't understand. Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Because she found a way out. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because you're never going to remember any of it. All I have to do is commit a sin, and the day will begin again.
No.
Watch this. I'm going to kill you now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Le relou. Non. Peut-être on pourra lui dire mais le dites pas à votre père. Peut-être. Chien. Je me demande ce qui se passe si je le bute lui, c'est game over. By the way. Parce que c'est lui qui fait le rituel. Oh là là, zéro coup. Je dois refaire le truc avec Malleolus et tout. Peut-être pas, hein. Faut voir. Faut voir, faut voir. Ça valait le coup de le faire quand même, d'accord. Fallait qu'on essaye.
Yulia? What? Alright. I'll go.
Même le truc de Malleolus, c'est lui qui va le faire. Tout va bien. Truc de ouf, hein. J'ai presque trop de temps devant moi là du coup. Je vais voir ce que je peux dire à la gamine.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Oh, don't mind me. Oh, I will. Oh.
Ah non. Je peux pas quitter. Je peux pas faire non. Merde. Désolée mais un petit alt F4 nécessaire là. Alors, je vais pas me retaper, j'avais de l'avance, c'est pas pour avoir une boucle de retard. Ah, je savais pas que je pouvais pas faire échappe. Ça va.
Oh. Yulia? Alright. I'll...
Le truc c'est que par contre du coup, ouais... Pour faire libérer l'autre, je suis obligée d'attendre le soir quoi. C'est chaud, je suis obligée d'attendre qu'il y ait l'élection. Bon, je vais attendre qu'il ait plus ce rhumatisme. Ok. Je vais voir le grec d'abord.
Greeting. And in a city full of my name is Georgios. I am at first I pull but my point is this. If you want the plague you seek, and that
ah oui, c'est l'autre qui a la plaque.
But I hope
Faut vraiment qu'on trouve une solution avec...
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius,
Regardez
I'm
l'autre
not
qui va mourir.
making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little... You mean how did I... Oh, oh. And in... Very well.
Je pensais qu'il prendrait mes trucs.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. You're a good man, Galerius.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
Refuse? My friend?
No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted.
Parfait.
It's the truth.
Ah, j'avoue, en plus, c'est lui qui aide les gens quand il va se présenter.
With the willow bark.
Mais de ouf, Anna.
Already starting to feel
C'est
like
trop bien fait
myself
comme jeu.
again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened.
Celui qui court derrière, c'est Galerius, non? Il est là, ah, il aide tout le monde. Ah, il s'en avait pas fait cette quête annexe.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you
Dis-moi merci
spoken
plutôt.
to him about it? Really? How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well
That
done
can
for
really
figuring
mess.
that out.
Sehr gut.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Nice to talk to you.
Ça c'est fait. Regardez ça, on a bientôt plus de quêtes. Bon, la plaque grecque avec l'autre, voilà. On va faire élire l'autre. On est pas mal. Un paradoxe temporel. Je le bute et il est vivant. Ça se trouve, hein. Grit. Ça marche, Diablo? C'est pas à 19h? Par contre.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
On m'a dit que c'était 19 h en fait. C'est mini, j'ai demandé. Ah.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Under duress, sir.
I just had a change of heart.
You on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money.
Vous savez quoi, on a du temps à perdre. Je vais m'occuper de ça. De l'autre côté. Il faut qu'il fasse tous ces trucs. Je vais retourner voir la fille, voir ce qui peut se passer. Faut que je fasse gaffe, hein. Faut que je fasse une save parce que... Alors, sauvegarder.
You. What? God, am I going out of my mind? Are you going to let me go or not? What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? I hate you. I spit on you. You're back. There's no time. Wait, did you hear? What? No. It's... You're...
Ça, je la torture, hein. C'est ça l'histoire. Il y a deux portes. Moi, j'ai pas envie de tenter le coup où elle s'échappe. Hein. On sait bien ce que ça va faire. Bon, l'autre il doit avoir fini ses péripéties. C'est déjà ça. Après, la sauver elle, c'est pas forcément... c'est pas marqué, hein. J'ai pas à le faire. En tout cas, un super jeu. Hein. C'est vraiment cool. Ah, je suis contente qu'on ait eu le temps de le caler comme ça et tout. C'est parfait.
Salve again. How is it? Yeah. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend. I saw you slide down that rope before. Very impressive. And, oh, anyway. What? How? Venus, I wish that all I... Thank you, friend. In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, and Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the... If you can figure out how to get past it, Alright, friend.
Du coup, c'est bon, il se présente, hein. C'est ce qu'il a dit, hein.
I've bounced, but... He did? I'll let... Alright.
Salut Bourpif. Enfin, quelqu'un qui a une référence. Ah, ça me fait plaisir. Du coup, il nous reste juste à libérer Dilly.
Fear is proof of it. What is it? Not that it's any of your business. All right?
Mais du coup, il va falloir... Ah, on peut avancer l'élection, c'est vrai.
He saves my life. I have a feeling he can do a
J'avais
lot
oublié,
more
je peux
if
dire
given
à
time.
Kitia, let's go.
All right, friend.
L'autre, il va péter un câble, mais du coup, il va vouloir buter les gens. Ça m'inquiète un peu.
What now? What?
J'ai peur qu'il bute les gens parce qu'on réussit l'élection.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Hmm, a golden bow. Just like a
You look well, my son. Galerius. Did you... But of course... I hope...
C'est ça, en fait, on en a fait un héros. Tu m'as entendu, Bourpif, ou pas? Oui, j'espère. J'ai marmonné.
Fine.
En tout cas, bienvenue à toi.
Welcome back.
En fait, non. Je disais enfin quelqu'un qui a la référence. Parce qu'en général, les gens me disent ton pseudo, excuse-moi, mais c'est Dragon Age. Voilà.
Well,
donc j'ai bien fait de demander si tu m'avais entendu.
My vote isn't for sale. Nice to...
Whatever's in that
Lui
great...
vote pour qui?
Hello there. Wow. Oh well, let me know if you... Sentius, I suppose. Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing. Certainly. For a
Je les honore.
denarii. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else?
Vraiment, j'ai acheté son vote là.
Very well. Another...
Putain, faut que ça fonctionne hein, parce que j'ai plus d'argent. Si, j'ai encore 2000, ça va. C'est bon, il va voter pour...
Well. Oh well. Very well.
Bah écoutez, comme quoi ça fait du coup d'avoir beaucoup d'argent. Ça fait 1, 2, 3... 3v2, je crois qu'on est bon, hein. Il reste d'autres mecs? Je crois qu'on est ok tiers, hein. Je fais une save.
A new face. Oh.
Non, on se connaît. Oula.
Why do you... As I said... Yes. I have
Let's go.
some rather unpleasant
Mais j'ai peur que Sentus pète un câble.
The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away. Citizens,
Bon, de toute façon, on a fait une
it is
save.
time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
Allez, je vais voir comment réagit l'autre. Prions un peu, hein. Ah, j'ai une image. À l'aide. Voilà. On peut pas faire un... Attends, on est obligé de... En fait, ZQSD... Ah mais c'est parce que c'est les ZQSD du QWERTY, même pour là. Très bien. Oh, on peut vraiment se caler bien. Hop. Bon allez, go. Bon allez. Oh, je suis contente de comment on a résolu tous les mystères là et tout. Par contre, je m'attendais pas à ce que ça fasse déjà 3h30 qu'on joue là encore aujourd'hui. Ça passe si vite. Je sais plus combien de temps on a streamé hier sur Forgotten City. C'est moi rechercher sur mon calepin. J'ai un doute. Ça y est, j'ai plus les bonnes pages. Terrible. Je rigole pas, hein. C'est pas là, hein. C'est pas là. Je crois que j'ai sauté une page en fait. Ah voilà. On a joué... Ah oui. Ok, on a joué 5 heures hier, j'ai rien dit. C'était pire. On a bientôt 9 heures de jeu quoi. On a 8 heures.
Georgius? Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius?
Galerius.
Virgil?
Cynthius.
Ulpius?
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius?
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
J'ai peur là.
Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Il va faire quoi, Sentus? Il est de colère quand même. Let's go, let's go. Il semblerait que ce soit ok, hein. Je pensais qu'il allait faire un truc, mais...
Whatever is in there, it has to be important.
Oh là là, on va libérer lui. On est en train de finir le jeu là.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will.
Avec les bras tout mous.
Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley.
Ah, je suis contente qu'on l'ait libéré.
Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer.
C'est moi.
Are you the newcomer? Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy.
Ok, du coup... Ah mais il a la clé pour la citerne haute. Let's
You
go.
can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
Oh là là.
He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something
Oh, c'est la clé de la sortie.
precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a
Alors ça, mon
secret
gars.
until I found someone I could trust.
Oh, tu manques des dents.
Oh,
le pauvre.
thank you. Here's the key. I hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shining. Is it
Attention,
treasure?
gelé.
Maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself. So pretty. And it's
Oh,
just
il va
right out here in the open. Maybe nobody
Il va
wants
tout niquer.
it anymore.
Il va prendre ça.
No one will mind if I...
Ok, donc en fait là, on a la clé. À l'aide. À l'aide, il va tout niquer.
The many shall suffer
Oh mon dieu.
for the sins of the one.
En vrai, je pense que j'ai même pas besoin de le sauver. De faire que Galerius soit voté. Je vais juste prendre la thune en haut du coup. Tant qu'à faire. Oh, j'ai eu un succès. Ouais, j'ai la pierre et j'ai la clé. Donc en fait, c'est ok, tiens. C'est juste ça. Putain, j'ai pris une flèche. Dégoûté. Mais j'ai quand même fait en sorte que ça fasse les bons événements. Un peu en mode good game. Bah, c'était pas où il l'a conservé, hein. Tu sais pas où il l'a mise, hein, la clé. En vrai, il avait juste enfermé pour qu'il commette pas des vols. Parce que comme tu vois, il est kleptomane. Mais pas par rapport à ses possessions, en fait. Moi, ça devrait aller. Yep, soon. Au final, on va rien trop. À 19h, il reset, il est 18h. Pour dessiner, je sais pas. Hein. Bon, en tout cas, on est bon pour les élections, tout ça. Tac. Oh, wow!
What? That's a big ask. But something tells me you're not kidding. All right, I'm gonna stick my neck out and believe you. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a handful of people.
Je sens qu'on va faire une connerie. Hein. Il y a reset, c'était... Bah tous les mardis en fait. Quand j'ai reset, non, je parle juste de faire les nouvelles... le nouveau contenu de la semaine par rapport à la saison. Hein. C'est juste ça en fait. C'est pas en mode raid, tout ça. J'avoue que c'était pas clair quand je l'ai dit. Bien joué, Soud, même si je ne connais pas.
49 melodies fetch again, with incessant labor, the water they have lost.
Salut Jason. Du coup, ça me fait me poser des questions, là. Bon, je suis juste en sorte d'avoir quand même à nouveau facilement 5000. Si besoin. C'est pour moi, là, c'est la mauvaise fin, un peu. Parce que là, on peut partir sans avoir fait le truc avec le dieu et tout. On dirait une mauvaise fin.
Prescription received.
Ce qui est intéressant.
You were doing something right, Captain.
Et j'ai envie de le faire. Merci pour ton resub. Fort fort apprécié.
Cerberus lifts his triple head.
C'est vrai, c'est mon préféré, Lint. Je suis dégoûtée. Si elle en a marre. Bon. Je vais quand même aller m'occuper de mettre la plaque. Parce que là on peut partir sans... Ça va être marrant de faire le truc juste pour voir ce qui se passe. Et on dirait un Sentus. Et du coup je pense que c'est genre la... Pas la bonne fin parce qu'on n'a pas enlevé la malédiction. Je pense que c'est ça. Bah c'est bien, mais c'est cool. Pas ici en tout cas. Et pas où que j'ai vu nulle part, mais possible. Je vais voir ce qui se passe. En vrai, j'ai envie de mettre la tablette.
Salve, friend. Welcome. Ah, and I all right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Non, non, non.
Oh no. No.
Merde, du coup.
No.
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you...
Please.
I'm sorry.
Please help him.
You... Well, you don't... It's... If I... I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Non mais c'est vrai qu'il meurt pas, ça va. Je vais voir la mauvaise fin là. Où je libère avec la clé et tout. Je pense que c'est la mauvaise fin. Let's go. Allez, salut. Alors je vais quand même mettre ça. J'ai pas la plaque? Ah, je l'ai sans doute pas récupérée dans sa cellule. Je pense qu'il fallait la choper dans sa cellule. Il a dit vous pouvez la voir. Mais on l'a pas chopée. Ok, bah à faire du coup. De toute façon, on va refaire le bon truc. Donc, is ok. C'est pas bien dramatique. Je vais quand même faire le truc de la citerne. Ça va être cool.
Don't you just love springtime?
Pas neuf. On va refaire une boucle. On a 5000 donc c'est bon.
You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well...
Il n'y a que deux des chauves morts. Peut-être tu te marques parce que c'est une crainte que tu peux avoir. Je trouve en tout cas Galerius sympathique. Et ma foi, ça lui va bien. Notre héros, celui sans qui on n'aura rien pu faire. Bon, le problème c'est qu'il faudrait rassembler des gens dans la citerne. Donc c'est pas cette porte-là, c'est cette porte-là alors. Ah, c'est là. Oh my god. Paf. Donc celle-ci, c'est déverrouillé. Sauf que je pense que Galerius, il va ramener personne. Ça ne sert à rien. Et là, c'est trop tard. L'autre s'est suicidé, tout ça. Donc là, on ne peut que restart. Je vais quand même chercher Galerius, mais...
Salve.
En vrai, ça sert à rien parce qu'on n'a pas la clé pour sortir après. Et je crois qu'elle l'a, la fille. C'est ça le truc. Je vais quand même essayer de voir avec la fille. Je me dis que finalement, si on peut la choper grâce à elle, la clé, bah on n'est pas perdant. En fait, on a fait les choses dans l'ordre là. Parce qu'on avait besoin qu'elle puisse sortir. Donc en vrai, on a exactement fait ce qu'il fallait.
We... How did you know? Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
C'est ça. Bonjour. Trop bien. Et on a 5000 pour le prochain run. Donc.
Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well.
Trop bien.
This doesn't change anything for me. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? And as long as this day keeps I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
C'est chaud.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
What? Mais j'ai même pas fini de mettre les plaques. Wouah. Mais du coup on n'a pas parlé au dieu ni rien.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm out.
Wouah.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Ouais, en fait, c'est quand on bute Sentus que ça fait ça. Parce qu'il peut pas recréer le truc.
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Centilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold.
Voilà la mauvaise fin,
Centilla
nice.
and a handful of other citizens managed to escape, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Oh, trop stylé.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand.
C'est stylé, hein?
I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it.
Mais j'ai quand même pas fait les tablettes, quoi.
I'm not following.
Et je pense que ça, en vrai, on peut l'avoir assez vite, hein. Juste si on tire sur le gars ou... Quoique, il faut quand même avoir moyen de le blesser, mais...
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping a bunch of others to escape. That's
Je vais quand même faire le truc
a lot
du
to
dieu.
take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Centilla used, if we can find it.
Trop bien. Trop bien.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Putain, en plus, c'est trop beau, là. Karen va le choper au passage. En fait, Karen fait que valider. Hein. Karen, normalement, nous les brise pas. Hein.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well,
Oula!
now you know. I suppose
Calme-toi, Karen. Ça va bien se passer,
you
Karen.
can just call me Charon, if you like. I'm
Non, Karen, c'est
sorry I
mieux.
was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb. when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of
Me dites pas que c'est Al qui m'a buté.
Unfortunately, as you emerged into
Ah non, des voleurs.
you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed.
Oh là là,
and you
ça doit être
were
Al
not.
quand même.
There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth.
Oh là là, c'était un... Enfin, il a essayé de me sauver.
Called Karen's opal by some. And so it was my duty to bring you here.
Pourquoi faute 2 pièces? J'ai pas compris ce que tu dis, Anna. Une seule? Non?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Ah, parce qu'il en a trouvé 2, oui, mais c'est l'autre qui a chopé.
That is a question you would have to
Ah non,
ask
c'est une
him,
seule.
if that were still possible.
Ça, on sait, Lynn, y a pas de
In
souci.
light of the path
Je
you
comprenais
have
pas
chosen.
pourquoi Anna disait 2,
I am
mais c'est parce qu'en
just
fait,
his
elle venait de dire qu'il y avait 2
Do
pièces.
what
Mais
you
c'est
think.
Al qui a pris la
Only
deuxième
now,
pièce.
I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is
Mais t'inquiète, je
nobody
connais.
else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
Wow.
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was...
Faut quand même qu'on fasse le truc qu'on n'a pas fait. Hein. On a le temps.
What?
She left a
Je prends
tablet
les
of her
save.
own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia and I will never forget you, or what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius
Vous
and
voyez, on peut avoir une bonne
who
fin, c'est
heroically
sûr.
tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there
C'est
is no
sûr.
point dwelling on what might have been.
Let's go.
All we can do is take this gift you've given us and try to show others the same compassion you showed us.
Je veux faire
We
la bonne
promise
fin là.
you
Let's
that
go.
saving our lives was not for nothing. Scintilla et al.
Le problème c'est que Julie, si on le sort, il enfreint la règle. Donc il est ultra chiant. Non, faut quand même qu'on aille voir le truc de la tablette sur ça.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you
Ça
ready
me
to
paraît
go
un peu
home?
short, Anna. Mais ouais, on peut. Oh là là. Fin numéro 3 sur 4. Il y a 4 fins possibles. Bah bien sûr, on peut faire celle où on prévient pas Galerius aussi. Let's go, hein. Ça, c'est une des fins. On sort avec la fille, direct. Ah, je peux pas passer. Du coup, je vais en profiter pour aller faire pipi. J'arrive. Ils sont que 4, ça devrait... Heureux les gens. Heureux. Là, faut que je mette fin 1. Hop. Enfin, fin 3 du coup, mais on s'est compris pour la rediff, ce sera fin 1. Ça va pas être trop long là pour le... On va laisser défiler. Oh, trop bien. Déjà, je suis contente d'avoir réussi à le finir dans l'intervalle là, c'est parfait. 2 sessions, c'est cool. Je pensais qu'on allait juste avancer aujourd'hui. En vrai, dès qu'on a fait le truc là avec l'assassin, ça a juste tout débloqué. C'était fou. C'était trop bien. Genre tout ce qu'on avait bloqué jusque là, blah. On va faire le truc de s'échapper avec Cynthia. C'est quoi, quoi? Ah, c'est-à-dire que là, tu vas te spoiler si tu viens, parce que je vais faire les fins alternatives. Mais si tu veux, ce sera rediffusé. Attends, j'ai tout un planning que je me suis fait parce que j'ai trop de trucs à rediffuser en ce moment. Le premier épisode, la première session, puisqu'on en aura fait 2 du coup, Cocoré, pour faire le jeu, sera rediffusé vendredi. Je pense vers 16h, quelque chose comme ça, sur mon YouTube. Si tu veux découvrir du début sans te faire spoiler la fin du jeu. Tu vois? Vendredi vers 16h, je pense. Ce sera en ligne. T'as aussi la rediff d'hier, si tu veux aller voir, mais bon, c'est pas monté ni rien, il faut que tu la retrouves en plus, donc c'est un peu chiant, mais... C'est fini? Mais là, en fait, je vais montrer d'autres fins, donc tu risques de te faire vraiment spoiler. Et c'était très bien, si tu veux savoir. Je recommande ce jeu. En vrai, sur la rediff d'hier, faut que t'ailles au bout d'1 heure. Parce que j'ai pas commencé tout de suite par ça. J'ai fait un autre petit jeu avant. Du coup, voilà. J'avais dit que ce serait pas long, mais... Ça va, là? C'est pas fini. Je voulais rendre à César ce qui est à César, mais... On va faire par la torta. Mais tu vas vraiment te faire spoiler, Coco, si tu regardes. Je veux pas... J'aurais pas dire ça, parce que voilà, mais... mais par contre, à 19h, on change, on va sur Destiny, donc... Mais regardez ça, en fait, c'est sans fin. Parce que le portage console a été fait par d'autres gens, en fait. Est-ce qu'ils ont autre chose à mettre, là? Special Thanks, on y est. Special Thanks. Ils doivent être si fiers du jeu qu'ils ont fait. Franchement. Vraiment. Faut arrêter la bibliographie. J'exagère. Je rigole. C'est bien celui-là. Allez, on leur rend hommage. Mais je me... je fais des câbles. Ils auraient raison, il est bien. De ouf. Ah, faut quand même appuyer sur l'échappe. Mais si j'avais su... C'est bon. Hop, we go. Deuxième fin. On fait celle direct... On libère Véronique. Ok. De où ça va reprendre si je fais continuer? Par contre, je suis un peu inquiète de ça. Le problème, c'est que là, j'ai déjà prévenu les gens. Donc, faut pas que je sois dans la citerne. Blablabla. 18h05. Ça, c'est 18h05. 18h03, 18h. Je vais voir où est-ce que ça mène, ça. Il faut que je fasse plus de save manuel, hein. Ok, c'est le moment où respawn, parfait. Je vais en faire 400 sauvegardes. Ok, voilà. 18h27, ok? Là, je vais skier lui. Non, je m'en fous de toi. Hop, on va tout de suite aller voir la fille. Bim bam, deuxième fin, instant. Il me reste 30 minutes. Moi qui pensais que j'allais finir plus tôt, Lynn peut témoigner.
Excellent.
J'avais dit... Oh là là, peut-être je vais finir trop tôt par rapport à Destiny. Bon du coup, ça veut dire par contre j'aurais pas up mon perso sur Destiny. Pas ouf. On espère pouvoir faire le contenu sans ça. Sinon, il y aura coup de fil à un ami, hein. Si jamais ça coince. Sachant que l'idée, ouais, c'est qu'à 21h j'ai fini de toute façon. Parce que j'enchaîne sur Koh-Lanta. Quand je dis oh là là, je suis contente et tout d'avoir fini là et tout, c'est surtout qu'en fait, comme j'ai prévu une semaine d'AFK des lives, pour vraiment, je vais être toujours là, je vais faire des vidéos et tout, mais je vais vraiment pause les lives, rattraper tout, comme je vous ai dit, j'ai dû carrément programmer chaque jour quelle vidéo j'allais publier, tellement j'en ai trop. Et comme ça, paf! Après une semaine d'AFK, quand on reprend, on sera carré. Et du coup, c'est cool si on a pu boucler des projets comme ça. D'ailleurs, j'ai bon espoir que ce soit le cas aussi pour la séance... je crois que c'est demain que je vais faire ça, ouais, je pense. Sur Chernobylite. Qu'on fasse une grosse session et qu'on finisse aussi Chernobylite, ce serait cool. Et comme ça, quand on reprend dans une semaine, voilà.
We... What? Oh, Thank is here. You distract him. Stay right.
Bon là, on va passer les textes, hein, bien entendu.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So you've discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do?
Je vais trop rire comme elle arrive derrière en mode coucou.
Do you really? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
C'est tellement lunaire.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
J'espère que c'est une fin différente puisqu'on a sauvé que elle.
What's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
En même temps, il a cramé si vite. Je sais pas s'il a le temps d'aller dans l'eau, tu vois. Genre, en fait, elle a passé son temps à l'asperger d'essence, on voyait pas. Hein.
Well, really, it's freedom. It's God, this. So, maybe.
Non, on peut revenir? Non, on peut pas. Okay. Ouais, mais il a fini en torche humaine, mais instant en fait. C'est comme s'il avait pas eu le temps de réagir, tu vois. J'aime bien aussi ce genre de choses, c'est mignon. Alors je vais voir ce qu'elle en dit. Mais je pense que c'est une des fins. Et ensuite on va faire celle que je considère étant... On va d'abord faire le truc avec le dieu. Puis celle que je considère étant la bonne fin.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. That I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia,
voilà, oui, ils sont morts.
Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to... You two look exhausted. And you...
Hop, on a une autre fin. C'est bon ça. Fin numéro 2 sur 4. Let's go. Combien de personnes auraient pu survivre? Putain, ils nous donnent des infos. C'est bon. Let's go voir le dieu des enfers. I'm so happy, c'est cool. Hop. Donc là, on va aller voir le dieu, justement. Oh. Oh. Me voilà fatiguée. Laisse-moi tranquille. Vas-y, je vais lui donner ses tâches.
Poor Ver. You? All right, let me see. I'll...
Allez. Du coup, il aura encore plus de votes. J'ai plus besoin de le... J'ai plus besoin de donner de pot de vin. C'est sûr qu'il aura aussi le vote de Virgile. Trop bien. Quel bon jeu, franchement, c'est calé, hein. Oui, mais pour la tablette, je suis obligée de faire qu'il soit élu pour la choper. Putain, parce que je l'ai pas chopé en fait. Je l'ai pas, on est d'accord. C'est pas ça que je voulais faire. Ça nous met dedans. Mais en même temps, ça nous coûte plus d'argent, donc ça va. Donc il me faut cette fucking tablette que j'ai pas faite. T'avais oublié. Ah bah je regarde surtout l'heure en fait. Qui me stresse du coup. N'est-ce pas? Mais oui, j'avais oublié que je l'avais raté. Obviously. Salut Tenria. Allô? J'ai cassé quelque chose là ou... Ok, merci. Ça a eu du mal, hein? Donc ça c'est bon. Donc on va faire élire l'autre, c'est ok. Hein. Mais juste faut faire tempo un peu. Mais ça va le faire. De toute façon maintenant ça me coûte plus d'argent en fait, ça me coûte plus d'argent d'avoir les votes. C'est trop fort. En vrai c'est très très fort. C'est l'exemple de se faire... Alors comme ça on s'est fait buter? Je suis sûr que filer l'arc à l'autre est un truc qui pourrait... Non, parce qu'il y a lui. Il s'occupe aussi du harcèlement de lui. Donc lui va bosser aussi pour Galerius. Normalement.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment?
On n'a pas donné la même consigne cette fois-ci. Il a dit qu'il harcelait l'autre.
Finally, some relief after all.
On en arrive à un truc où il n'y a pas besoin d'argent.
Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
Après, il faut que je vérifie hein, si Virgil fonctionne bien. Et au pire, je donne le poteau, hein, y a pas de mal. Je vais voir ce qu'il en dit.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a
On va peut-être attendre qu'il soit retiré. Attendons qu'il se propose.
Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus' real name is Ulpius, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Julia immediately.
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you?
Yes, that's enough.
What? You're not gonna listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free.
C'est trop drôle comment ça se novo là après. Trop bien fait le rythme.
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
En vrai, même si c'est pas pour tout de suite, mais vous imaginez les bons lives qu'on va passer quand va sortir Elder Scrolls 6. Oh, ça va être trop bien. Alors c'est absolument pas la même délire d'ailleurs. Hein. Mais je pense que ça va être bien fourni et tout. Il y a moyen. Il y a moyen que ce soit lourd. Ça va être fou. Ça va être fou. Des journées de live de fou. Ça va être trop bien. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Je vais juste voir s'il dit que c'est ok. Voilà, j'ai demandé pour qui il allait voter, il l'a mal pris. Ok, c'est parce que l'autre s'est pas encore présenté. Je pense. Trop bien. Et c'est pour ça là, que j'ai envie d'avoir un break d'une semaine pour vraiment gérer tous mes projets et faire en sorte qu'on n'ait plus autant de jeux commencer, entamer. On puisse repartir un petit peu du bon pied. Ça va être cool. Ça va être vraiment cool. On n'est pas encore là, mais... Alors c'est pas pour Elder Scrolls 6, attention, hein, mais c'est la même optique, il faudra qu'on soit bien organisé et tout pour faire les choses bien, quoi. Pour justement pouvoir avoir... des bonnes plages de jeu. Sans trop se dire, ah merde, on n'a pas fini tel jeu, on n'a pas fini tel jeu. Et attention, hein, j'ai pas fini, je sais que j'ai pas fini Mass Effect 1 et Solasta par exemple. Ce sera fait après la semaine off. Is ok. Le but c'est vraiment d'être calé pour la sortie New World, d'avoir vraiment tous les projets de l'année un peu de façon carrée. Y compris au niveau des rediffs qui finissent par s'accumuler. Bon Galerius, maintenant faudrait te rendre indisponible. Je vais aller parler à l'autre dans sa cellule. J'ai peur qu'on ait pas le temps de faire la 4ème fin. Ça me paraît un peu short. Ça demande du taf.
you but like yeah. Bye bye.
How'd you do?
Est-ce que si je disais que Malleolus le libérera peut-être? Il me file le truc? Je sais pas. Essayons quand même.
Do you like? I don't think. Yeah. Bye bye.
Après, faut peut-être faire un truc synchro. Hein. C'est possible.
How'd you do?
Bon, on a fini.
Actually, I'd like
Voilà,
to
ça y est.
nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius.
C'est vrai que c'est
That's
peut-être là
your
qu'il faudrait
right.
faire une save. Hein.
Citizens, the
Non, ça.
election will proceed.
So, how is it possible? Oh,
Comment j'y sorti, j'ai pas le temps.
Welcome. Galerius.
Ah ouais?
Alright. Nice to...
C'est bon. C'est Galerius. Du coup là, il n'y a plus personne à convaincre, il n'y a plus rien de spécial à faire. Stylé. C'est ça, j'ai pas le temps. Mon esprit. Il faut que je chope la plaque et qu'on le refasse. Ok? On n'a pas le choix. Parce que ils vont nous le briser. Ça me gratte l'œil. Terriblement. Où est Dalida là? Là ça va être long hein. Mais bon. Après on n'est pas obligé de faire à 19h pile hein. Is ok. On vient de faire un truc beaucoup trop cool. Enfin neuf. C'est parfait. Est-ce que si je lui dis qu'il va être libéré là? Non.
Hello?
Gros c'est bon.
Hello. Do you love? Like. Yeah. Bye bye.
Chiant. Ouais, ils prennent du temps. Après c'est cool, en vrai c'est la conclusion et tout, c'est juste parce que je suis pressée, mais en vrai... c'est un truc cool. Ne l'oublions pas. C'est quand même un bon... Une belle conclusion. Et je me mute juste le temps de la truc les gens, mais...
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens,
let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Oui. Allons-y. Filez-moi la plaque. Bon, au moins on va pouvoir faire le truc de la plaque avant, il n'y a pas de souci. On peut quand même faire en sorte qu'il se fasse bien voir. Du coup on va être vraiment bien.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff.
It gladdens my heart that Galerius had
What Galerius won?
I will test.
Calmez-vous, calmez-vous. Allez.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
Ouais, on peut pas les acheter. Tu sais ce que je regardais, on peut juste les examiner. Malheureusement.
Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Non, non, ne sors pas. Il faut que t'arrêtes, Julie.
Oh, thank you. You can maybe my friend, but what? I'm confused. Oh, maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself.
Il est chiant.
So pretty. And it's just
Non.
lying out.
Arrête. Non.
Don't you dare.
Out of my way!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Qu'il est con. Je rigole. Mais c'est terrible quoi. On va pouvoir aller voir le dieu. C'est ça, c'est ça. Ouais, c'est vrai, c'est dommage. Il était pas enfermé pour rien. Hein. En soi, ouais, c'est assez terrible. Hein. C'est non content d'être kleptomane. En plus, bah forcément, il avait un petit peu de difficulté. Du coup, ça rend le truc dur. De ouf. On peut discuter peut-être. Je suis arrivée en avance. Est-ce qu'on peut discuter? Non. On l'a jamais vu faire. Waouh, c'est énervé en vrai. C'est bon quand le fouillant y'a rien. Bon app les mecs. Ah bah on va passer sur des signes, je t'en vas. Ah bah bravo. On en est là. Jésus qui pique.
Yulia. All right, I'll go.
On était censé y passer à 19h. Donc là, je fais mes petites fins et on est bon. Si jamais tu te poses la question. Il y a moins qu'il me manque une fin d'ailleurs. J'ai envie de faire cette fin là. Et au pire, en vrai, au pire, il manquera un truc, c'est pas... Ce qui est important, c'est qu'on fasse tout ce qu'on avait en tête. Au pire, on ira check pour la dernière. Putain, je me suis fait 0 spoil en plus, c'était cool. Aucun viewer pour me dire, ouais, faut faire ça, faut faire ça. Trop bien, quoi. Trop bien. Comme d'habitude, vous avez été au top. Est-ce que je dois m'en étonner ou finalement c'est normal? Les meilleurs. Hop. Voilà. Sauvegarder, non, sauvegarde. Non, Bourpier du coup. Est-ce que j'avais... Tu vois, j'ai la plaque. Là, je l'ai, je la garde. Mon inventaire, je le garde. Ah, donc c'était quand même Pluton. D'accord. Et ensuite, il faut descendre en fait. Chaque niveau doit être le niveau d'avant. Je pense que c'est ça. Ah, c'est ça. Après, ça va être Osiris et après, ça va être... Hop. Nergal. Wow. Wow! What? Wait, what? Mais quoi? Ah, ils sont chauffés. Wow! De ouf!
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Truc de ouf! Je m'attendais
My
tellement pas.
story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld.
Shimaka.
It exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium.
Attendez, ça doit être la bonne fin, ça. Si on n'aurait à faire que Julie fasse pas le con, je pense. Hein.
To watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names. But perhaps you knew them. Our leader, Jupiter, and of course, as the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives.
C'est stylé, hein. Le jeu est vraiment cool. Hein. Il se tient de bout en bout. Et on reste pas sur notre fin, tu vois.
I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries,
il se tient vraiment comme jeu.
Replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built.
Ça a jamais été chiant de boucler, mais en même temps les boucles sont assez longues si tu fais bien les choses, hein, clairement. Après, si tu sais pas quoi faire, ça doit être un peu, mais ça n'a pas été le cas heureusement. Juste en début de session là, j'étais un peu en mode oui.
They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time.
C'est marrant. En vrai, c'est marrant comme concept.
Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to
Un
this
an sans
place
péché.
with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales
Ah ouais, si les enfers c'est juste une ville comme ça, c'est vachement mieux que les images qu'on peut avoir des enfers sur d'autres représentations. Hein. Tu manges du pain, il fait beau. Vachement mieux que de se faire arracher tous les ongles de pied, quoi.
Then, when the Greeks began to arrive,
moi je valide.
They proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that were repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place.
Cool, ils ont tout rattaché à ce qui se connaît vraiment en mythologie.
And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Ah, ça c'est un truc qui se dit, hein. C'est quand il y a des légendes, prenons par exemple quelque chose qui n'est pas religieux, plus la légende du roi Arthur ou des trucs comme ça, il y a toujours un fond de vérité pour que les gens disent des trucs, alors sans doute pas, voilà. Mais il y a toujours un petit truc normalement qui est un socle commun. Et du coup, normalement, toutes les légendes ont un peu un truc. Voilà.
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
En termes d'écriture, ils sont calés, hein. Franchement, ils ont fait le taf.
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. and I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate,
C'est où ça, ouais?
suspended in time with only their sight and hearing
En tout
preserved,
cas, il se fait chier, il pousse
so
un
they
peu à la
may
fin.
bear
Il est
witness
taillé.
to
Il est
and
taillé en V. Hein.
lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves.
Oui,
And so you
le
ask
soir, il se fait sa
if
petite
I am the
séance.
one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy
Il nage.
yourself.
Pour moi, c'est un nageur, là. Ça se voit.
Merely the means by which you do it.
De la nage ou de la gymnastique. Mais il est vraiment taillé.
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited.
Parce qu'en même temps, il a pas une masse musculaire folle, tu
The
vois.
golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Ouais, après, je pense en tant que dieu des enfers, vous disent il doit pouvoir avoir ce qu'il faut en termes de. S'il veut des poids, il a des poids, quoi.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
Jon Snow.
I'm able to commune with all of the
Soulève des esclaves, c'est ça.
Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are
Ah
my
bah ça, il disait depuis le début, c'était sûr que le dieu l'observait.
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why
Soulève
do
la
I?
culpabilité.
Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
Bah, tout ça là, c'était des trucs qui étaient pas. Donc, suicide et enlèvement, je dirais, tu vois. Je vais mettre enlèvement.
Abduction. You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the system?
Ouais. Pourquoi c'est pas mauvais?
He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly
Ok, du coup, lui, il trouve ça bien. Il me fait tellement penser au Goa'uld, by the way, depuis tout à l'heure.
Albeit brutishly, then I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree?
Moi, c'est les hommes de la ville. Je voulais voir lesquels m'avaient le plus choqué, moi. En quoi il était ok pour...
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? I have seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed.
Il l'a pas vu, suicider.
Done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything.
Finalement, lui, ce qu'il regarde, c'est ce que tu fais à une autre personne, en fait.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the word.
C'est ça le truc, en fait. C'est toujours son truc, ne fait pas à autrui ce que tu voudrais pas qu'on te fasse, machin, hein. Du coup, quelqu'un qui se suicide, ça rentre pas dans sa règle.
Now tell me.
Je suis pas persuadée de vouloir lui dire ça, mais allons-y.
Yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
Bah c'est
The
violent.
rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Now tell me, what you speak of the moneylender, and he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years.
En vrai, le coup de la servitude, comme elle a été faite, là, ils ont fait un emprunt, donc c'est juste un contrat. Esclavage est immoral. Oui, mais là, c'était pas un esclavage genre en mode tiens, toi, je te prends et t'es mon esclave. C'était un esclavage en mode tu peux me prêter 1000 balles et du coup, je signe un contrat pour être à ton service pendant 30 ans. Donc bon.
Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from? I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt?
Il est en train de dire qu'on est esclave du système,
I fail
machin
to see
truc.
how your system is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor
Non, c'est
for
bon, on
30
le ressent
years.
bien, tu as raison, by the way. Moi, c'est pas encore le cas, mais c'est pour bientôt le petit prêt là. Et, ça fait mal.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
T'avais le temps, mec, on n'avait pas fini. On est en train de finir, regarde sur quoi on
How is
est.
that inconsistent with the rule?
Ouais, il a raison, il a raison.
I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game.
C'est bien, il a ce côté, le dieu des enfers qui est un peu en mode tricky.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. Not if we're wise enough to know the Supposing you're right. Now tell me, do you honestly think you could do better? I should strike you down for that. Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
We cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I'll allow
Moi aussi,
you to
hein.
make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, so tell me, why How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. I admit, I have grown disturbed watching her. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that. That is a very serious accusation, mortal. I am well aware of the story told. It is entirely unfair. It was an act of rebellion against the... Accordingly, these people... Accordingly, I reject your... They failed collectively. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind?
Il a pas l'air facile,
You are
hein?
not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? I warned you not to lie. You will make a fine statue. Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon? Pathetic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. You vile, despicable creature.
Elle est où la couronne? C'est assez embêtant. Parce que là j'ai pris la couronne, mais... Putain, je l'ai buté. Je crois pas que j'ai fait ce qu'il fallait. Non? Pas sûr que ce soit la fin qu'on voulait, hein. Mais... on va bien voir. Ah là, c'est pas une fin, on est d'accord, mais... Putain, ma vie, c'est chaud. Hein. Mais j'ai pris sa couronne. On va voir ce qui se passe. J'aimerais voir cette troisième fin. Quand je pense que mes mecs a dû manger vite alors qu'en fait je suis encore terrible. Incessamment sous peu mes mecs. Hein. J'ai eu super looper. Je pense qu'on peut aller direct lui montrer la couronne, un truc comme ça.
Salve. Oh. You? All right.
Je vais lui montrer la couronne, on va voir ce que ça a fait. En vrai, c'est instant et je vais passer tous les textes, donc on a pu à... Ça va. Ça passe. On va tout passer. Par contre, je vois pas qu'est-ce que ça pourrait être une quatrième fin. À moins qu'on puisse ressortir, mais... Parce que là, pour moi, ça aurait peut-être dû être une fin, tu vois, de se faire choper par le mec des enfers. Je vois pas trop de quatrième fin. Par contre, on a eu 2, 3. Si celle-ci c'est la 4, ça veut dire que la 1 c'est un truc débile. Genre tuer Sentius ou un truc comme ça. Vraiment stylé le truc des couches là. J'ai la couronne, hein. D'accord. Pas au lait, mais je l'ai. Putain, on dirait que je l'ai pas. On dirait que je l'ai pas. Hein. Ça me fait quelque peu bader. J'aime trop ce passage. Juste au-dessus de la terre, là. Normal. Tout va bien.
And here, allow me, no go, but the one first. Good. Oh, when I peer into you, Charon.
If he cannot know.
C'est bizarre.
So, but then, enough. Why? You know, you will.
Il y a un problème qui va. J'ai pas.
How dare you threaten her? This ends now.
Je l'ai pas, ça couronne de mort. C'est bien ça le problème. Là, je l'ai. Et je pense que c'est ça le délire. Et voilà. En fait, je l'avais pas chopé sa couronne. Sorry. Je perds 5 minutes de plus, mais... Au moment où je l'ai cassé, en fait, il faut la choper vraiment au moment où vous la cassez. Ah, je suis désolée. Ah, il me bute. Ah non, mais chiant du coup. Non, là, trop chiant ça. Oh, parce qu'il faut que j'arrive à choper le truc et me casser en même temps. Il est temps là, il est 26. Ah!
Why have you? You know, you will. How?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Et j'ai encore pas pris la couronne, hein. Ça va? Elle est où? Ah si, c'est bon, là j'ai la couronne, ok. Ok, là j'ai la couronne. Et je pense que si je leur montre, ça devrait faire un petit kiff. J'espère. Sinon là, ça devient plus compliqué. Moi qui pensais qu'on allait finir trop tôt. Ah bah GG hein. Ah, c'est pas GG ça. Hein. J'ai failli me buter là. Je l'aurais eu mauvaise. Donc là je pense que j'ai la couronne au prochain. Hein. On va revérifier. Oh, ça me paraissait bizarre de pas pouvoir l'avoir dans l'inventaire. Je pense en fait je l'ai pas chopé, j'ai juste cassé le truc. Elle doit être tout en bas de toute façon. Voilà. Ok. Là on y est. Voilà la couronne. C'est bon. Let's go.
You put all right.
On va voir ce qui se passe. En vrai, on devrait le laisser faire le truc, ça se trouve aussi. Parce que ça se trouve, ça joue. Mais s'il a le temps de les sauver et tout. C'est le bon moment pour que je fasse un petit break. T'as été plus rapide que l'affichage des objectifs. C'est ça, c'est ça. Un peu. J'avoue. C'est bon, hein, comme ça. Hop. Putain, on devrait utiliser W là. C'est mort. Hop. Un petit breakdance. Vas-y, j'attends 2 minutes. J'arrive les gens. Let's go. J'espère que l'autre a eu le temps de faire ses bêtises. Ah, je pense que c'est pas mal. Vous n'avez pas écouté ces trucs, machin. Il a libéré les gens, ça veut dire qu'il a fait les autres. Il est en train de repartir. Il va où là? Je sais pas où il va. Je pense qu'il va juste annoncer sa candidature. Ouais, je pense que ça c'est le dernier truc qu'il fait normalement. C'est marrant que les enfants disent c'est pas pour rien. Je pense que c'est vous. Allez, go! Ça sera ma dernière truc. Ah, dis-moi qu'il se passe un truc là si j'y monte la couronne. Please! On leur a poussé le jeu, hein. Petit 10 heures quand même, hein. 10 heures de jeu. C'est pas rien hein, pour un mode. Surtout en huis clos comme ça finalement. Propre. En plus on n'a pas trop traîné je trouve. Ouais.
I would recognize that anyway.
Oh
And yet my beloved still wears
le
hers.
stress! On a pu montrer la couronne.
What is this? How did you come by it? You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it. You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone. Perhaps you are cleverer than you appear, mortal. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I've witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It's time for me
On a
to
un
let
succès.
go of this form of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the Wage and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Because despicable creatures like you have no place there. My kin would never.
Pas très gentil, mais ok.
The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from
Je pense que c'est quand même la bonne fin, ça.
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Oh, le truc de fou. Je pense que c'est la bonne fin. Il a aboli la règle d'or. Stylé. Ouais. Ok. Oh, il est pas au même endroit. C'est pas le même truc.
Oh. Hi. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't... Oh, did that... I'm fairly... Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience.
C'est sûr, la première fois, c'est un truc bête.
Opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse
Non,
that
je
had
pense que c'est la
terrorized
quatrième
people
fin.
for hundreds of
Non.
years?
Elle demande plus de setup. Et je pense que c'est chronologique au niveau de comment c'est présenté. On va vite le savoir.
What? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that...
Non, je pense qu'on a fait 3, on a fait 2. On va voir. On va faire ça très vite là. Petit passage. Trop bien. Trop bien. Ça demande plus de setup, donc pour moi c'est la fin 4. Tu peux avoir la fin 2 ou 3 sans avoir même récupéré les plaques. Bon. Pour moi celle-là c'est la plus poussée. Celle où t'as convaincu que ça s'arrête. Et non pas tu t'es juste échappé.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just... I do not enjoy deceiving people.
Tu considères pas que c'est la bonne fin? On a arrêté le fait qu'il y ait les enfers. On a arrêté les enfers. C'est la bonne fin.
It means there is no... I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing.
Et tous ceux qui étaient enfermés sont sortis. Donc c'est la bonne fin.
Look, here comes Al now. Al, it's so good to see you. You were gone
Je sais
so
pas
long
pourquoi
I
tu veux
thought
que
I'd
c'est
never
mal.
see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there...
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. You two look exhausted.
Il vient me dire que tous ils étaient partis et que il les avait aidés. Je sais pas, ça se passe mal pour le dieu Perséphone. Le dieu, c'est le dieu des enfers, gros. Un an plus tard. What? C'est forcément la bonne fin, je le confirme. Ça, c'était pas prévu. Ah, c'est pas mauvais techniquement. Non, non, mais il est juste honteux au royaume des dieux. Ça va, hein. On a vu pire fin.
Hey, you made it.
Oh!
It's great to see you again. I read your book and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories.
C'est pas une mauvaise fin, il a juste perdu un pari.
Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet, and I found something strange.
Il l'a pas perdu, Perséphone. Elle est pas morte dans la boucle où il accepte.
Really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Oh,
Sachant que c'était voué à l'échec en fait. Donc vu que c'était voué à l'échec... Mais trop drôle! Ils sont là!
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But
Et les
we're engaged
médecins...
and
Oh là là,
living
meilleure
together. We're planning
fin!
to get married next spring. Of course.
C'est un plaisir. Oh là là! Non mais regardez ça!
I'm just... Galeri, it feels like the world has just opened up for us. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. Oh, it's...
Hello.
Mais non!
Galeria. I live at... Treasure? Oh. Bye-bye.
Ah, trop bien.
Hey. Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have... Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time. In the words of Epictetus, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions. Thanks. I'm living up north and studying. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking. The ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. He's not my... Oh, he had more trouble adapting than my... He got himself disqualified from the UFC. So
2006, il a fait de l'UFC. J'en peux plus.
Like we had supposed appeal to people's baser instincts. But his luck finally ran out. And as... You know... And...
Trop bien.
Actually, I'm not... She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of... Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my... He's still there, all alone. The eternal tool. You too.
J'essaie de faire vite, hein, parce que sinon on n'est pas rendu. Hein. Si je dois parler de tous les personnages qu'on a croisés...
Oh, and of course.
Chaud pour Sentus. Faut que t'arrêtes, Anna. Hein, tout soutient le mec des enfers, tout soutient Sentius. C'est la bonne fin, ok? Il y a des gens c'est des connards, il y a des gens c'est pas des connards. Les non-connards ont une belle vie.
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire.
Salut Rel.
And wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia,
Ça suffit un moment.
she was always so viciously unhappy.
D'où je soutiens
Someone said
Sentius.
she'd blown all her
Ah
money
t'as dit
on
chier,
wine,
j'ai vu
trying
chaud
to
pour
drink herself
Sentius.
back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of thank you. Ugh, someone, even in your time. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one... Nigeria? Well, huh. Oh,
C'est pas de ma faute hein, si tu défends les méchants et du coup j'ai du mal à voir, à discerner ton jugement.
Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. You too. I hope.
Ok, il nous reste elle. Ah, c'est pas fini, hein. On est en retard, les gens. Je pensais qu'on allait être en avance. C'était vrai.
Lucy, if the... Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'm sad. When it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just...
Oh, ça va, c'était du rapide. Il nous reste tous ces bonhommes.
Hello. Greetings.
Georges.
You must be... I am reacquainting myself with Greece. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini I hope you will join me there and You too.
You...
Ah, j'ai sauvé tout le monde.
Sending Galerius to save my life.
Best end.
I don't know how you knew. I'm just so happy to be here.
Attends, tu veux pas voir que c'est numéro 4 et pas numéro 1, là?
Well, mostly that means baking for my friend. Thank you.
Oh là là, c'est fou.
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip.
Le philosophe,
I
il est
never
là
thought
aussi.
I'd leave that cave, let alone. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics. Not that I need the money, but my sincere.
Good evening.
Il y a trop de gens. À l'aide.
But thank you. I'm living in Rome again. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpi, I just want to spend the rest of my life. And wonderful.
Good evening. Greetings.
Il y a trop de gens.
Thank you for your kind word. Ah, you remember that. I'm already up to the 19th century, and men have called me mad. But the question is not yet set. I'm recovering. Octavia was... And you?
Some soiree, innit? Ah. Listen, I wanted to whatever you did in that temple. Most gracious of you. I took the money I made from set. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. I can't decide between. Oh, oh, of course, yeah. Of course.
Allez, plus que cela et on est bon. Oh là là,
It
c'est
is
trop
an
bien.
You... Oh, of course. I too would like to... For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but instead, I spent the first 25 years of my life Indeed. Thank you.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
Franchement, je pense que c'est la meilleure fin possible, celle-ci. Hein.
Don't worry. I'm so grateful to you for making... You can try some of our Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a... I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. Every day I look at her.
On a
So
sauvé
we're
tout le
living, sitting
monde.
together on our terrace.
C'est trop bien.
Thank you. You too.
Trop bien. Attends, me dis pas que Rufus a
Nice to
fini
meet
avec
you.
l'autre. Hein.
I go for what you did. Sorry, I'm... Huh. Good. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet.
Bah comme quoi, il insultait, mais finalement... Après, je sais pas si vraiment ensemble, mais...
It's so nice to I wanted to thank you personally for helping Rufus come to terms with himself.
Ah mais c'est ça
He
en
may
fait.
come off a little gruff, but
Il
once
rejetait
you
ce
get
qu'il
past that, he's a lovely fellow.
ressentait.
I'm studying to be an architect again. Of course, you natives of the 21st century have... You too, as Rufus said in his... If you're ever in the Netherlands...
On a fini. Il y a encore un mec là-bas au bout. Mais on a fini. Il est temps, hein. C'est Al.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Perséphone.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Persephone, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. I was able to control their tongues, and I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. And you. Oh, and...
Mince, j'ai raté pour Charon.
Because they remember you.
Charon.
Well done, my friend. Of all the
Oh là
heroes
là,
who ever journeyed to the
on a
underworld in
gagné.
return, none came close to achieving
J'ai une petite idée de pour tuer l'autre.
Hercules, Orpheus,
Je vais essayer de lui mettre une flèche depuis tout à l'heure. À mon avis. The canon ending. Boom! Je le savais. La meilleure fin. Allez, go. Go essayer d'avoir la fin, la quatrième fin. Message, hein, j'espère. Oui, d'accord. Non, laisse-moi. Je vais essayer de buter l'autre. quasi sûre que si je bute le chef, ça marche. Hop. À mon avis, c'est ça la fin. Et c'est pas ça, on ira voir. Parce qu'il faut qu'on aille sur Destiny. Nous avons 1 heure de retard. Ce n'est pas très bien. Non, non, non. Espérons que la saison ne dure qu'1 heure. C'est chaud, hein, en vrai. Je suis dans le pétrin. Je tente un coup d'arc sur Jean Denis là. Bah en vrai, ce qu'il y a c'est que la première fois, là il a 18h19 hein, Lint. Là il va être 20h. C'est parce que j'ai voulu faire les autres fins. À la base j'étais en avance, hein, j'étais bien. Après quand j'ai vu que c'était possible de faire les autres fins, je pense que c'est mieux, non? Qu'est-ce que t'en penses?
On your best behavior, I trust.
And if you see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want? Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
C'est peut-être pas ça. Si, c'est ça. Mais c'est ça. C'était sûr, la première fin, c'était le truc un peu facile et tout. Bah voilà. On a toutes les fins. Let's go! Trop bien. Salut.
Really? It described
Salut.
it and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain. Let me see that. God, why did I've spent this? So you're saying, because a man from 2000, I get to let me die. I can't see. Seems like. How can you say that? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were pro peccata union. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ça met même pas le truc avec l'autre et tout, c'est bon. J'ai eu toutes les fins. Ah, je suis trop contente. Putain, 11 heures de jeu là. On a plié le jeu. Ah. Et en termes de succès, il en manque. Hein. C'est ça qui est ouf. Bon, j'ai beaucoup de succès quand même. Hein. J'en ai 28. Piquette de Spawn Genocique, j'ai pas ça. Passer le City Tour. Kleptomane, Nimble. Faire toutes les confrontations possibles. Donc ça veut dire que j'ai pas parlé à tout le monde exactement. Ah ouais, il y a un truc, il y a un succès qui est de finir le jeu sans avoir loupé une seule fois. Sans avoir fait de boucle en fait. C'est-à-dire en connaissant déjà le jeu quoi. Hein. Mentir 10 fois. Et le reste, je sais pas. Ah. Atteindre la fin, la meilleure fin avec le plus petit nombre de boucles. Ça c'est le succès le moins utilisé. Ça va, franchement, on a taffé le jeu. Hein. Ça fait plaisir. On a eu les 4 fins, je suis trop contente. C'est parfait. Oui, Didit. Désolée d'avoir dû un petit peu rusher à la fin, mais je suis vraiment en retard. Je suis en retard d'1 heure du coup. Et je voulais absolument tout faire là. Je voulais pas garder une fin pour plus tard ou quoi. Donc j'espère que ça vous a plu, ça a eu l'air. Et pour pour ceux qui regarderont rediff. J'espère aussi que ça vous aura plu. Obviously.